Let's officially call this meeting to order. We got a little change on the agenda. We're going to move the education attainment issues presenters around a little bit. We're going to have Dr. Seidel go first, and Lachelle Brandt is going to go last. She wants to clean up. So education attainment issues is our subject today, and I think Co-Chairman Greer wants to expound upon what we're trying to attain here. Go ahead, Chairman Greer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In a little bit of this little background of why this is in front of the Minerals Committee, and as I always remind everybody, it's Minerals Business and Economic Development. And over the 10 years that I've been involved with the committee, we've seen a lot of good ideas come through. And of course, capital is usually the number one issue, but skilled workforce has been consistently the number two issue. And I think Senator Rothfuss and Senator Coe would echo that. You know, I 4 years ago made a major change in my life and took over a manufacturing facility and then really understood the difficulties of a skilled workforce. And so last year, and I really didn't have a chance to work on it very well, but Senator Kinski and Senator Nethercott helped me out. We put together very quickly a bill to deal with CTE. It was narrowly focused. We had a good discussion in the House Education Committee, and I think they wisely said, this isn't quite ready, but we need to stay on this topic. As a result of just that, bringing a bill and just getting people involved, we received a lot of feedback, went to quite a few different meetings, a lot of discussions. And there are a lot of things going on in the state, and there's some things that are actually getting across the finish line, but I have a general sense that we don't have a coordinated effort. And as we see revenues decline and the need to be very judicious with where we spend money, I think it's going to be vital that we find something that works across all platforms, a couple of vehicles that move forward. And I wanted to get this look from our committee from the business perspective of it. And then we can find, hopefully, a great committee here. Maybe we can find some ideas, and then we can take that to the education committee and say, okay, these are the types of things we need in the changes. And so a couple of discussions I've had with industry is, and maybe this, an overall view is, how do we get these young students that are juniors and seniors in high school who really don't have any intention at that point in time of moving on to a 4-year degree, but help them get the education and the training that they need and work out in industry and get that experience, get them to graduate high school, help them get their certificates. And then if they want to move on and continue with their education, great. What barriers are there that we need to break down? You know, and one of the things that comes up is dealing with OSHA regulations, dealing with that path forward to get, so people aren't afraid of the liability of bringing a student in. So school districts aren't afraid of that liability. And then you get the issue of how can we work with our community colleges or the university and get the certification sped up. So, you know, much like when my kids came out of high school, they already had 20 hours of 20 credit hours. You know, how do we look at that? And that's kind of my idea. Unfortunately, with this spring, I didn't get a chance to put the effort in that I wanted to. You know, kind of my commitment to this committee and to the state is I'm going to continue working on this. So today is going to be sort of a first step to listen to what's going on out there. I'd like this committee with its great background, experience, and diversity in business all across the board to be thinking about good ideas. So, Mr. Chairman, I just kind of wanted to set the table just a little bit for us why we're here in Minerals Committee talking about education issues.
Well, thank you. that is a question some people have had. But it's awful important to our mining and minerals companies that we have staff and people ready to go to work. So to kick this off, we have President Dr. Seidel to start from the University of Wyoming, if you would be so kind, Doctor.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm Ed Seidel. I've had the pleasure to get to know a few of you. I'd love to have some time to get to know the rest of you on this committee and throughout the state, of course. I'm honored to be in this role. I've been in it for about 2 months now, almost 2 months, and it's been quite a wild ride with everything that's going on. But I'm really pleased to be here to talk with you about economic development in particular. I spent the last 4 years of my career at the University of Illinois as the Vice President for Economic Development and Innovation. And I did a lot of work of organizing not just the universities, but the entire state's higher education capacity for economic development. And so I'd like to, I'll tell you a little bit about that as I get into my thinking about the state of Wyoming. But I think that there's some lessons learned that I hope we can apply here. And it's largely around making sure that the institutions that educate our young generation, that's the next generation of the workforce, are really well coordinated and working together. So the top message I have for you is I'm really, really focused on, once we get through our crises now with COVID-19, on economic development and partnering with communities and community colleges. And I've spoken actually already with the president of every community college in the state, and we're already beginning to think through some things we might do together, and I'll come to that in a few minutes. I'm also beginning to participate in the Educational Attainment Council. I was able to attend a little bit of the meeting back in May, but I've had a lot of talks with people like Stephanie Hickswa and Sandy Caldwell about this. I've very, very pleased to see the agenda that it has. It's very ambitious in terms of educational attainment. I'm sure Dr. Caldwell will talk some about this. But from my point of view, it's the foundation for us for the things we want to do. And a few things I want to pull out of that I think are really important. Not only are there goals to improve the higher level educational attainment, and I've noted even when I was interviewing here last year that the state has a fantastic record of high school graduation, something like, I don't know if it's still the right number, but the number I have in my head is 92% or something like that, but only 25% of the students are going on to get bachelor's degrees or higher. And so there's obviously a gap there, but it's an opportunity, I think, for us to work together, particularly with the community colleges and the school districts, to think about building that pipeline and making sure that there's a lot of motivation for it, and also a lot of the wheels are greased for easy access and then success, and sort of focus on student success as well. Another thing I want to point out is I've worked a lot with McKinsey and some other consulting firms, Boston Consulting Group, particularly when I was in Illinois, to think through economic development from the point of view of what the university can do. And one thing that I'm already working with McKinsey from Wyoming now to think about the future of work. And so we've had 2 meetings with them. They have a detailed county by county in every state, not only Wyoming, but in every state in the country, breakdown of their analysis of what jobs will be impacted, particularly by the coming automation that's happening, particularly with artificial intelligence and computing and big data approaches. It's going to be very disruptive to every market sector, and they can tell you job by job, income group by income group, areas of educational attainment, levels of educational attainment, how their job areas, not on a personalized basis, obviously, but just in sort of different categories, how these will be impacted. But the big thing I take away from it is, according to them, in the next 5 to 10 years, if you are a high school degree or below, you are 4 times as likely to have your job market disrupted by the upcoming automation than if you have a bachelor's degree. And so that's a very, very important number for us to think about, good motivation for educational attainment for us to be thinking about. So anyway, another thing I wanted to point out, I was very impressed with the state of Wyoming's approach to computer science education. And in fact, we struggled a lot in the state of Illinois to get programs that produced computer science teachers or actually required computer science curriculum from kindergarten through high school. And I would actually helped host a K-12 CS Summit in Illinois back in about a year ago now. And there's a second one coming up this year. But we look to Wyoming actually for a sort of a shining light on how this is done. So the K-12 CS education initiative here is something that's really inspired me. And so I knew about that coming here. And so I think that's also something important for us to be building on. So just wanted to make those kind of preliminary remarks. I'd like to switch a little bit now and tell you about some of the directions that I hope to bring the university in, and how I hope that that will help lay the foundation, particularly for the development of the new economy of the state. So I would think about it not so much in like the high tech economy, but the new economy. And this is like a 5 to 10 year idea that it will take that long before we can really have the kind of impact that we want. But we have to be sustained, and we have to be visionary about this, I think. So it's important that we think about alignment of schools all the way through the university, and then think about what kind of output we're producing in terms of the students. How are they trained? Do they have the kinds of values that they need in order to contribute back to society? Do they have the skill sets that they need in order to contribute to this new economy that's going to be changing? In addition, of course, to the existing economy. I'll come back to this in a minute, but I sort of break this down into existing economy market sectors and as well as future ones. So overall, I'm working hard with my team here at the university to think about how we can become the best in class 21st century university, land grant university. The land grant's a very important part of this. That's true to the Wyoming roots. And there's a lot packed into that statement, but I'd like to unpack that just a little bit so you get a sense of what I'm thinking about. It's not an empty slogan. I'm really, really thinking about this very hard. So first of all, 21st century evokes a sense of technology and computing and those kind of advances where our lives have been impacted just profoundly by advances in computing and technologies and so on. I mean, we're doing a Zoom session now. This wouldn't have even been possible not even just a few years ago, and so on. And you think about web browsers and all of this and the impact that they've had on the economy. It's staggering, and it's also impacted society. I spent a lot of time meeting with companies, the CEOs of major Fortune 500 companies in the last 4 years in particular. Every single company, whether they were in insurance or in drugs or in agriculture, a lot of agriculture companies in the state of Illinois that I would meet with, ADM or others, the first things they ask you about the university is, how can you help us with big data, cybersecurity, and so on? It didn't matter the market sector. They're all basically looking to become technology companies. So the thing about the 21st century, when I say the 21st century university, I am thinking about new ways of doing things around those kind of areas that we know are going to be disruptive to the economy going forward. I also think about land grant, but when I say land grant, it has a long history going back to the Morrill Act. And of course, we are a land grant university here, but thinking about how to sharpen our value proposition in the 21st century, it's not only about agriculture, it is still very strongly about agriculture, of course, especially in this state, and as well in Illinois. But it's very much about the new economy and thinking about also the responsibility to the entire state, making sure we bring as much value back as we can to the state. So I've been thinking really a lot and deeply about this and organizing our teams at the university so we can think about how to really deliver on this. And of course, making sure we're true to the roots of Wyoming. That's very important here. And I really understand that. And I love living here, by the way. It's a fantastic place. And I want to make sure that we build on what we've got here in the state. And so that's an important part of the message. So that sentence actually has a lot packed into it. So within this, I'm thinking about 4 pillars for the university as we develop our plans going forward. And this is even during the budget cuts that we're having to undertake right now, to think about how do we strengthen certain areas and cut in areas that are perhaps not contributing to these 4 pillars. And the 4 pillars that I talk about a lot are the university needs to become more digital, and that has multiple meanings, including more online offerings and big data offerings. Also making sure we can reach people in rural areas of the state is very, very important for us. And then secondly, of course, making sure that we are educating our students and doing research in areas that impact everyone's lives around digital technologies, artificial intelligence, big data, and so on. Even if you're an English major or an economics major or a physics major, doesn't matter. You should have some grounding in those kinds of skill sets because that's impacting us so strongly. So that's one of the pillars. The second one is more entrepreneurial. And there I have, again, two different meanings for this. One is I want the faculty and the staff here to be as entrepreneurial as possible in terms of developing more revenue streams for the university. The state is very, very good to the university and has been, and I hope that will continue, but we need to broaden out our revenue streams from grants, foundations, the National Science Foundation, where I once worked for the Department of Energy, National Institutes of Health, and so on, as well as private foundations, and being more entrepreneurial about that, bringing in more revenue streams is very important for us. But then also more entrepreneurial in the sense of wealth creation and job formation. So thinking about supporting the development of new companies, whether it's incentivizing faculty to create new companies or the students that we educate, training them in what it means to build a business. And I spent a lot of time on this in my career in entrepreneurship, and it's very important. So we will be beefing up those areas. And also, as I mentioned earlier, doing this in partnership with the community colleges and local communities. And I'll tell you a little bit more about that in just a minute, but that's the second pillar. Third pillar is more interdisciplinary. And by that, I really mean that university has expertise in so many different areas. In basically any area, we have people who are experts, world experts, local experts, and so on. And the problems that are facing the state of Wyoming, for example, the transition from the energy economy to a new economy in the future, where we have to be thinking about this, as every aspect from technology, material science, policy, economics, energy, of course, and then the technologies. How do we sort of make a transition in the future? That would be one of the grand challenges, let's say. So the university has expertise in every aspect of this. How do we bring this all together in order to better address the problems that the state has? So finding ways so that faculty can work together to address Wyoming's problems. That's a very important pillar. That's the third one. And the fourth one is making sure that the university is more inclusive. And that by that, I mean people from all income brackets, all walks of life, all ethnic groups, all geographic locations of the state have got to be able to participate in this educational attainment and then to participate in the economic renewal that will be occurring over the next decade. So those are my four pillars, and I'm serious about it. They're not slogans. They're how we're going to make our investments and how we're going to think about reorganizing and pivoting the university so it can sharpen that land grant value proposition back to the state. So a couple of things then that I'm doing to help inform us as we go forward. So the perhaps the most important thing right now is I'm forming an economic development council for the University of Wyoming that includes a number of people from across the state that I think have a lot of experience that can really help us. So it's led by myself and Ed Sinikowski, our VP for Economic Development and Research, and Dave Sprott, who's our Dean for Business. And then we have a bunch of heavy hitters from across the state who've agreed to help us with this. This includes Greg Hill, head of COO of Hess Oil. I'm sure many of you know Greg. Former Governors Friedenthal and Meade both agreed to help us with this. I've had long conversations with both of them. Rob Krieger from Governor Gordon's office. Stephanie Hickswa from Northwest College to help represent the community colleges. Jillian Balo, Superintendent of Schools. Mike, I see you, Mike, there. Mike's agreed to join us and help us think this through. Josh Durrell from Wyoming Business Council, Sam Galeatos from Cheyenne, and Ashley Chapman. So this is a group that we're going to begin meeting with starting, I hope, within the next couple of weeks to think about how can we harness the state's higher education system, not just the university and not just the community colleges, but to better organize ourselves so we can achieve some of those goals that I was talking about. And we've brought in McKinsey as a consultant that I mentioned to you earlier that has a lot of experience in exactly this. And there are two major tasks for this group, and this is going to be sort of a year-long group, but when we'll see where it goes after a year. I didn't want to commit people to something beyond that. We'll see how this goes, but I'm very optimistic. One is I'm a member of a thing called the U.S. Council on Competitiveness, which is a national organization headquartered in Washington, and it is a one of the most important economic development organizations in the country. I'm a commissioner as the president of the University of Wyoming. There are other commissioners that include people like, you know, the president of MIT, from the president of New Mexico State University, heads of banks like a Bank of America are leaders of this effort. And they have a flagship project in the next couple of years to determine how higher education can maintain the competitive edge for the United States. And they're very interested in having Wyoming represented for the first time in this, to help advise them on the needs of rural America and states like Wyoming that are often not represented there, as well as having the groups that are the people from these groups that I've mentioned participate in working groups to think about what is the future of work, what's the sustainable production in different market sectors, how do we do this, and then what do we need to do at the university and community college level in order to unleash this economic revolution for the future. So this is part of what this group does. So we'll be participating in this. And then the other thing is to help advise on a statewide plan that we're beginning to talk about for economic development locally. Of course, the council will feed into this, but this group will also help us think through, for example, how can we create hubs of innovation around the state? And I have in mind the 7 community colleges and the University of Wyoming working together to help create more training for entrepreneurship, more training in the new technologies that are going to be needed for the new economy, while making sure we're supporting and shoring up existing economies in areas of extraction, of course, energy, agriculture, tourism, things that are very important for the state now, while also laying the foundation for the future. And one of the key pieces of this will be making sure that we have places for our students to go when they've been trained in entrepreneurship to incubate new companies and businesses. They're not looking at building the next Google, although that would be great, but looking at how we train everyone who graduates from either the community colleges or the university, and also helping to build better pipelines and sort of 2+2 programs and others from the community colleges to the university, so that we produce more students who are able to do this. This also includes bringing in venture capital to support the creation of new businesses. And I had a venture capital firm actually run by the university that reported to me, so I have some experience with that as well. So this group will help us think through, how do we pull together and organize ourselves for hubs of innovation across the state that we all work together on. And we did lay out a plan like this in the state of Illinois. And I did get the governor there, both governors Rauner and Pritzker, and the state legislature to support a large appropriation for creating a network like this in the state. And of course, we had more hubs, it's a bigger state, but it was a $500 million appropriation that has now really brought the whole state's higher education system together to think about particularly entrepreneurship and supporting the development of the new economy. Illinois has a lot of similarities with the state of Wyoming. It has agriculture is very, very important there, although a different kind of agriculture. And also a lot of students are well trained in the state there, but then go off to other parts of the country to start their businesses. And so we wanted to change that. We wanted to have more homegrown economic development. And that's what I would like to try to do here. So I've probably gone on more, maybe taken more time than I'm allowed, but I really appreciate your allowance to let me talk a little bit about my vision for where we're going to go. And I hope I can get some help from you all to help us think through the best way to do that.
No, we were hoping you would lay out the program and do exactly that. So thank you.
Thank you.
I see Mr. Theobald is with you. Is he going to speak on this also?
He's here. Neil, did you have anything you wanted to add? I know he's here. There may be questions or. Neil,
no, I have nothing to add. Thank you.
Thanks, Neil.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any questions for the UW president?
Mr. Chairman. Yeah, Chairman Anderson. Am I all right to ask? Okay, sorry, I didn't hear you. So President Seidel, as I tried to get my mind around some of the visions that I have, starting in K-12. And so I would kind of ask a little bit on your thoughts. I see the university as bringing sort of the higher level expertise, the innovation, and really, I guess, the creativity that comes with the university. And how does that then trickle down through the community colleges and then into K-12, so that, because I do see a lot of our folks in Wyoming, a lot of our kids, again, they're not interested in that 4-year degree. They'll come out of school, they'll work for a little while, and then they might take a job in the oil field, and then leave the state or take a job in the oil field and make a great salary for a period of time, but then that busts, and then they're back trying to make it on a much less a lower income. So how do we get that skill set? Where does university play in developing, I want to say, those jobs that actually drive manufacturing, and so those mid-tier jobs?
Sure. So thanks for that question. So I have thought a lot about that. I think it used to be the universities would say, well, our job is to educate people once they graduate from high school or the community college, and then sort of just wait and see what comes in. So we're going to be much, much more proactive about partnering with the schools and the community colleges, and in multiple ways. So for example, we can work with companies as a consortium of universities and community colleges to provide additional training around school programs, that is, I mean, at the elementary, the secondary school, and so on, to think about badges that would be required or badges that would be, or certificates that are motivated by what the companies want. We have some experience organizing things like this in the state, back in Illinois, and also in the best practices, particularly in the state of Virginia. I spent a lot of time talking with people in the state of Virginia about how they were organizing this. So I want to be very proactive about doing this, and then to try to provide the additional skill sets that students who might not go beyond high school, but need skills that the university and the community colleges can work together to provide, but then to work with companies to say, if we produce students who have these kinds of skills, in addition, sort of augmenting their secondary school curriculum, you would give them a chance in your companies. And so that's one aspect. And so we've had some experience organizing things like that. Another thing is working to strengthen the curriculum in areas that we think are important for the future. So I think, for example, the CS K-12 initiative that's going on in the state here, I'm very interested in this, and I've had several discussions already with Microsoft and others about what we can do to help shore that up and make sure that students have those kind of degrees. Another, or experience base. Another aspect of it is making sure, thinking about innovation. So we've begun to experiment with the idea that even at the elementary school level, there could be not just computational thinking that we train kids in, but innovation thinking. What does it mean to start a business? I mean, you know, in the old days, there'd be like junior achievement and those kind of things, but really thinking about how you build that culture and not just wait till people graduate and then enter the university, but think about how that mindset is. So there are all kinds of ways we can think about sort of strengthening the educational pipeline and the skill sets that kids have, but for the university and the community colleges to work together to play a proactive role in making sure that the kids who are going through secondary schools have the right skill sets, and then to also try to provide that motivation for them to continue on.
Any other questions? Yeah, Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Dr. Seidel. It's great to see you and listen to you. Forward to an opportunity to talk some more. I'm really excited to hear you talk about technology, and more particularly, I would be interested in learning more about what the university and our educational resources are doing about preparing people for the oncoming onset sooner than we think. I believe of artificial intelligence. You know, there's a concept I learned a couple of years ago called near future. Near future is 3 to 8 years thought to reality. And so that's coming a lot faster than we think. And then why would we prepare people for areas that are going to be, in a word, obsolete in 3 to 8 years? And so if you have some thoughts on that, that'd be great.
Absolutely. So I've been thinking actually a lot about what the university can do to grow this the skill sets here, not only among the students coming in, but to grow, to bring more faculty in. So I've begun already to talk with the university deans a lot about the idea of having faculty, regardless of what college they're in. If it's in the honors college, that's very often around arts and humanities, or if it's in engineering, to have faculty who are more computationally oriented, understand big data approaches, understand artificial intelligence. It's not just in computer science and in electrical engineering. It's literally in every endeavor. So we've already begun to formulate ways to attract more faculty, also in partnership with NCAR. The NCAR Wyoming Supercomputing Center is supported in part by the university in the state of Wyoming. And I think we need to use that more of an asset, to help to grow and strengthen these areas. And so even, for example, providing computer time there to incentivize the hires of new faculty that are more computationally oriented. So you'll be seeing in the coming years, we'll be growing both our research programs across the board in this area, as well as training more students. I'd like to get a minor in data science and artificial intelligence, so that even if you're a Shakespeare scholar and you understand the human condition very well, you've also got some skills around computing and at least understand the context for that. I think that'll make you much more marketable for jobs afterwards. So there's a lot of ideas around here. I could go on for a long time on this one, but I'll stop. I used to be the director of a thing called the National Center for Supercomputing Applications. And so you get a sense that this is kind of my bread and butter.
Quick follow-up, please. Quick follow-up, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the final thought I had for today would be, being where rural state is, just some thoughts on the mobile delivery of education. I know you had, I'm a product of the outreach program. So.
Good. Well, for sure. I think there are a lot of reasons we should be doing more. I think the university was a little bit sleepy on this online delivery, although COVID-19 sort of turned the university on a dime starting last March. And so suddenly everything went online. I think a lot of faculty that were reluctant are beginning to realize actually you can do a lot with this. And so I think we'll be getting better and better. I've got a priority that I'm working on with the provost, and we've had a consultant that Neil Theobald brought in on online education that's delivered a report on how we can beef up our offerings there. And I think, so we'll be working a lot also with the community colleges, not to compete with them, but to see how we can maybe offer things together to help, for example, also maybe to augment the curriculum that's available at the community colleges, particularly around some of the computing and technology areas where they may have fewer faculty who are able to teach those kinds of courses. So there are a lot of ways we can do this. I also think it'll be a good revenue builder for the university going forward, because if we've developed online programs, we can reach out to people across the country and even around the world. And there are a number of programs. In my experience, for example, there was a data science minor, or a master's degree that was developed at the University of Illinois that's just jam-packed now with students from around the world. And it's been a good revenue builder for the university. So there are a lot of reasons that we'll be focusing more on this going forward.
Representative Furphy, I think, was next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. President Seidel, I'm very impressed with your program. And I think we need to sell it. And that's part of my question. What are we doing for recruitment? Not only to our Wyoming students, and a lot of them are leaving the states to go elsewhere, but also to try to attract some of the best and brightest students across the country, because I think, once again, you have a great plan, so we need to implement it properly. So thank you.
Yes, thank you. So I agree completely. And we are thinking a lot right now. I'm in the midst of rebuilding the senior leadership team of the university. That includes a search for a provost, dean of engineering, dean of education, dean of arts and sciences. And so it's unfortunate on the one hand that we've had these kinds of vacancies created. On the other hand, it's an opportunity to build the team. So we're working with national search firms, and we're working also very hard with the foundation of the university to provide some private funds to help incentivize the recruitment, and sort of say to the country, we're here and we're out to recruit the best people from across the country to come in at the faculty and the senior leadership level. So that's at that level. Of course, we did work with Governor Gordon because of the economic downturn due to the COVID-19 financial problems that we're facing like every other state. And so we have got CARES Act funding. We had a lot of help from Speaker Harshman in this and in pulling this together to provide funding so that we would not lose students. We were looking like we were down about 20% in terms of our preliminary enrollment projections from around July, and when we surveyed the students, it was largely, very, very largely because of the economic crises they were all facing, either because the students themselves or their families had lost income. And so this funding, which is covering students' fall living expenses, has given a real shot in the arm to our enrollment. So we're almost back up to where we expected to be. So we're working hard to make sure that we don't lose a generation of students. And I think you'll see a lot more marketing going forward about the sort of the new kinds of offerings we have. And we're just starting to talk about a marketing campaign for this. So we're just in the early stages of addressing what you're talking about. But if you have any thoughts about how to best do that, I would love to hear them from all of you.
Senator Wassenberger had a question.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have been involved in education for 40 some odd years now. And as I've watched as a building principal or a central office administrator, we have 48 school districts, and each one of them have their own independent school board. 7 community college districts that have their own independent board of trustees, and the University of Wyoming, of course, has its board of trustees. And after looking and thinking about the governance of higher education, I was wondering if it would be beneficial to a more uniform higher education system to have, say, a board of regents that was in charge of the entire higher education governance.
Okay, I've been in situations like that before. So for example, the Board of Trustees of the University of Illinois has a system of multiple universities that are part of it, and there are always discussions there about, for example, whether other universities might actually join in that in order to achieve the kinds of things you're talking about. I know there are other examples. The State University of New York system actually includes 64 campuses, including all the community colleges and sort of the flagships in Buffalo and in Stony Brook and so on. Of course, they have, there are pros and cons to each approach. Another approach that we tried in Illinois that I actually spearheaded was I created this thing called the Illinois Innovation Network that had all the public universities in the state agree to work together, and we created our own governance structure that was sort of outside of each of the boards of trustees. But we had a different models for how we would operate, and we had a steering council, and we had elected groups that helped steer that, and that just happened over the last couple of years. In fact, I don't know, I'm bragging a little bit here, but you can't see it, but I've got a belt that was given to me when I left to come to Wyoming. It's a leather belt, and it looks very Wyoming-like, and my name is branded on the back, Seidel, and it was given to me by the other public universities in the state of Illinois to say, do well in Wyoming, because we organized ourselves, because we were really committed to working together. So all I'll say on that, we should have some conversations about how to better organize ourselves, but the details matter a lot and depends on local cultures. And I'll just say, I think there are things we can do going from a more loose kind of governing council to even a larger kind of board of regents. So I'd be happy to be involved in conversations about any of those.
Representative McGuire has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. President Seidel, you mentioned that you are beginning the recruiting effort to replace some of your senior staff, and also mentioned another national search firm. My question is, over the years, have UW graduates come out fundamentally unprepared for leadership positions that we continue to look out of state for these important positions with the university and other schools in the state?
Well, I can't, I don't know the history of so much of the state's the sort of the output, but I think from what I have seen, I think we should be quite proud of how well the university's done in educating students. I've talked with many people here who've gone on to leading positions in the state who have just spoken glowingly about the experience that they had at the university or the community colleges. In fact, in both cases, I've seen that. But I think it's generally nationally the case that it's a global market these days. And so looking for leadership positions, you want the best people you can get from anywhere. And so you want to find them, whether they're from East Coast, West Coast, Midwest, or even internationally. You're after the best people. And so you want to be competitive on the global stage. And then also bringing in people from different places, of course, increases your ability to innovate, because you have people with different backgrounds and different views. And so as I have a really strong innovation agenda, I want to make sure we bring in people from different backgrounds and different places that have different kinds of expertise and culture. And I think that's what will help build the future of the economy of the state.
Senator Coe had a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure that he just didn't answer that question I was talking about. I was going to ask about competitive salaries as we compete with Ohio State, University of Illinois, whatever it might be. And that's been a struggle. And during this downturn that we're going through with the COVID and everything, the problems the state has in funds, are we still able to be competitive as we compete for those particular professors nationwide from a salary standpoint?
Thanks for that question. I have begun to look at that. I think we're not out of the game, but we're not attracting people on salary alone. So I think we do have some work to do there. I think though we have special value proposition. It's a wonderful state. It has I think visionary leadership and a strong provost and a good set of deans can help compensate a lot for the salaries, which I think are somewhat competitive. They're not at the level. It's not easy to dislodge somebody from one of the leading universities, but we have to have special offerings. And so, for example, people who want to build programs. So I came here because I love the West and I love the state and I love the idea of building something. And I think bringing people like that, I think that's the kind of thing we can do to attract people, but we're going to have to work on our salary. So I'm saying it's not all about salary, but we have some work to do there. But there are other things we can also say, there's something special here. Come join us and help us build. And I think we can do that too.
Other questions for President Seidel? Yeah, Senator Beitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, President Seidel. It's nice to meet you. Congratulations on the new job. And my question regarding diversity on campus and diversity of thought, which is lacking a lot in campuses across the country, especially for those conservative students who are afraid to be canceled out. What is the University of Wyoming going to do to ensure that we have diversity of thought and all political views are welcome and it's not just a one-way street on that? Thank you, Mr. President.
That's an interesting perspective. So first of all, universities have got to be the place that has a great diversity of thought, and so we will always stand up for that here at the university. I've only been here for a couple of months, but we've already had a lot of conversations about making sure we support people with all views here. And so, but I'll tell you, in my previous roles, I worked on, for example, the principles of the university around freedom of speech, and to make sure that we are as strong as possible about encouraging different views and making sure that protected speech in particular is free. Of course, there's a responsibility to speak speak in measured tones in some cases. You know, if you are a little, if you're not respectful of others, that can lead to problems, but generally to support protected speech. So I'm all about that, very strong. And I can assure you that there will be voices from liberal, conservative, and middle, and others. There are people that have all kinds of views, and we want to make sure that they're all here on the campus and represented.
Any other questions for President Seidel? Other questions? Seeing none, thank you, President Seidel, for being with us today. We really appreciate you coming to the Minerals Committee meeting, and we appreciate your work on the Energy Resource Council also. It's a very important deal for the legislature.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Thank you. Next speaker is community colleges, Wyoming Community Colleges. Sandy Caldwell, is she? Stephanie, are you taking her place?
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I am Stephanie Hickswa, and I am filling in for Dr. Caldwell this morning. She unfortunately had a conflict. The Wyoming Community College Commission is meeting today, and I could not substitute for her for that meeting. So I will do my best this morning. What I was asked to review with you today is our educational attainment plan, which is in your packet. Would it be possible to share the screen and put that up? Who's here from LSO to run the technology? Mary Beth?
Mr. Chairman, Stephanie, you will have the ability to screen share and present your presentation.
I do not have that ability from the computer I'm at today.
Isn't it on the Zoom where you can share it?
No, I don't have that ability with the computer. I'm struggling with my technology this morning. I do have it up on another computer, and you have it in front of you, and I can certainly review that, but I was unable to make the documents work this morning. My laptop is not working correctly. But let me review what is in your packet. We have done a lot of work on education attainment in the last few years. As you may recall, there was a joint resolution on education attainment with the university and the community colleges in 2017 to focus on increasing the numbers of qualified credentials in our state. And so we were really excited to come together and start working toward that end with the community colleges and the university. In 2018, the Education Attainment Council was formed through an executive order from the governor. When that Attainment Council was formed, we were given a very, very ambitious charge to achieve attainment goals of 67% by 2025 and 82% by 2040. This is a very, very ambitious agenda for the state, but it's necessary. As Chairman Greer mentioned earlier this morning, we need to make sure that we have people in our state with the skill sets, not only to advance economic development in the state, but to have jobs for people so that they stay here. And that was alluded to when Dr. Seidel spoke as well. High school students need training. They need to see a future where there's a job in Montana Montana, where'd that come from? A job in Wyoming so that they don't move to that state to the north of us. We want to make sure, as we're looking at economic development in our state, that we have a high quality workforce. That high quality workforce, as Chairman Greer talked about, is at the certificate level all the way through graduate school. And in order to do that, we need to put some things in place to make sure that that happens. So by forming the Education Attainment Council and being charged with that lofty goal, we started developing a 5-year and a 10-year strategic plan. The Education Attainment Council is made up of some amazing people throughout the state. And what we found is that we had the right people at the table at the right time to really, really do some difficult work. The focus areas that we came up with in this plan includes alignment of the workforce and workplace with post-secondary education programs. Exactly what Dr. Seidel was talking about. That alignment has to come together, because if we at the community colleges and the university aren't teaching to that alignment, we're going in different directions. And so that symbiosis is very important. The other piece of it is access. We are very good in this state in that we have one university that partners with community colleges and has centers throughout the state. Our community colleges are geographically spread throughout the state, but surprisingly, people still don't have the access that they need. We need the infrastructure for recruitment. The recruitment question was asked a little bit earlier. That is very important. But we also need to work on retention and completion. Recruiting students into the university or the community college does no good if those students don't earn a credential at the end of their time at that educational institution. So they need to be retained through completion of their program. It may be a short-term certificate that they can complete in a semester or two, or it may be all the way through a bachelor's degree. But if they don't complete, none of that education will help them get that job that requires that specific credential. And that's real key for economic development. Certainly funding and affordability is important. Wyoming's value for affordability of education has been fantastic. But unfortunately, there are still people in our state, especially low-income working adults, who do not feel like education is accessible to them because of the expense. We have seen that in just a small example of the CARES Act money. Now certainly COVID is a special circumstance, and many people have been laid off and their financial situation has changed. But the example of the governor allocating CARES Act funds for college expenses has resulted in increased enrollment at the community colleges and the university. So that's just one tiny piece of what the potential might be for some affordability strategies as we go through this plan.
Mr. Chairman, if I may interrupt and ask a question that might be timely.
Certainly, yes.
Yeah. So Stephanie, this is kind of one of these, this ties into this. And so I look at this, if we are, of course, I'm focused a little bit on high school students, getting them out and getting them working and learning a skill, and how do we coordinate so that experience translates into a certificate, so long-term stability. But that same concept is there for working adults. How do we get a working adult that can transition within business to a higher skilled job? And we got Director Cooley's listening in, this is right in her wheelhouse. But how do we get them to transition into that higher skilled job in working towards that, so that they can remain a working adult but still improve themselves? Those are the things that I want us to solve, not talk about, solve.
Stephanie, you want to address that?
Certainly, Mr. Chair, Co-Chair Greer, and members of the committee, you make a really good point, and Director Cooley, I think, can address that in her comments later as well. that's what this attainment plan is all about. Not just high school kids, not just recently graduated high school kids, but all of those in Wyoming who do not have the appropriate credentialing to be able to contribute to this new economy that we are looking at. We have some things in this plan, Representative Greer, that I want to show you that will address that. And if I don't touch on it specifically enough, please ask me again, because I think you'll be pleased with what is coming in the plan. And the affordability piece is important. Sometimes it's just perception as we look at it. The fourth pillar of this plan is a college-going culture. And so Representative Greer, that gets at what you were asking about too. When we had a natural resource economy where students could graduate from high school, or maybe not even graduate from high school, and make a very good wage, the college-going culture push was not really there. First generation college students struggle because of a culture in their family and their social group that college isn't necessary. We all know the benefits of college, not even through a bachelor's degree, even at the training level that Representative Greer was talking, can make all the difference for a person's life as they go through. So we talked a lot in our Educational Attainment Council meetings about changing that college-going culture for adults too, but also for business and industry. If business and industry can partner with us to require that high quality certification and credentialing, then we can work with them, both at the university and the community colleges, to ensure that we are in sync going forward to make sure that people get the credentials that they need. The next thing that we looked at were the metrics, and some of these really surprised me. And I have been an educator for my entire career, but I don't know why this was just a dumb moment for me. We talked about the importance of third grade reading level. Of course, if students aren't on target in the third grade for their reading, they are going to struggle all the way through. And people laughed at me as co-chair of this committee that was something I had never thought of before. It's really, really key. The other piece is that ninth grade preparation. If students are not prepared entering ninth grade, their likelihood of graduating high school is reduced. And so that metric was really important, and we need to push those kind of achievements as well. The other metric that we looked at was credential productivity rates for the community colleges. Like I said earlier, if people start a credential and do not finish, there is no productivity rate. We've worked hard at the community colleges over the years for admissions. We were all about access. We really worked hard to give students the opportunities to start, but we weren't focused on giving them the support services that they needed to stay. For example, at Northwest College, we have spent the last 5 years focusing on student success initiatives to make sure that students are retained and graduate. The last 2 years, with the exception of last year, I don't have the numbers for last year yet, but everybody was on track. So I'm looking forward to that with COVID data thrown in there. But the 2 previous years before that, those student success initiatives resulted in the highest graduation rates in the history of Northwest College. So those kind of interventions work. We can see it hands-on right before our eyes. So those are some of the things that this attainment plan includes.
Stephanie,
We also,
Stephanie,
sorry, Mr. Chair.
I think Mary Beth is going to try to screen share your presentation if you still.
Thank you, Mary Beth. I apologize for my technology. I just could not get it to work this morning. So let's go to page 4 of the presentation or of the handout, where we have the beginning of the focus areas that I just reviewed. So on page 4, it starts out talking about what educational attainment is and why does it matter. And it talks about the joint resolution that I just reviewed. Then if you scroll down, Mary Beth, it starts out with that focus area on alignment of workforce and workplace. That first objective is gap analysis. We need to know where those gaps are in our data. We did some preliminary work in reviewing the data, and we found that there were some gaps. So we want to make sure that we know exactly what those are to be able to go forward. And then if you'll scroll down, objective 2 is to increase the numbers of incumbent workers that have a post-secondary credential. And I already mentioned that. In focus area number 2, which is the access and infrastructure piece that I was talking about, we set some targets of what would a baccalaureate degree or higher be, what an associate's degree or certificate would look like in the years 2025 and 2030. Then we have economic impact and return on investment objectives. As well, we wanted to look at out of state. Certainly, we want our high school graduates to make sure that they have a highly quality credential. But as we look at the pipeline for our high school graduates, we do not have enough high school students in the state to meet those rigorous objectives. So we need to look at also bringing people from out of state into Wyoming public institutions. Research shows that when students come to college in the state, there is a certain percentage that end up staying. And as we look at the economic development goals of the state, we have some real potential to keep them here so that we are importing our talent, not necessarily exporting our talent. And we have done a good job keeping our talent in Wyoming to go to college because of the Hathaway. But we also know that sometimes those students will leave and go out of state to go to work. And that's what we're talking about with that credentialed in-state migration on objective 3. That's focusing on adults. We have 65,000 adults in Wyoming that do not have a post-secondary credential. So as we look to balance those attainment goals and get people in the pipeline to be able to reach that lofty goal, we need those adults in the pipeline as well. Then objective 4 deals with the time to graduation. We know that sometimes students will take a long time to be able to finish their credential. And so we want to focus on 6-year graduation rates at the university and 3-year graduation rates at the community colleges. And so you can see what those numbers are there. And then the next objective is the post-secondary time to completion. So same thing, the graduation rate, how many are graduating, and condensing that time to completion. And then objective 6 is workplace learning. This is exactly what Representative Greer has been talking about for about the last year or so. And he and I have spent some time talking about the ideas for his company. There are lots of opportunities for on-the-job training and apprenticeships. And that's something that Director Cooley is really tapped into. There's some huge opportunities there for both the community colleges and the universities to do things for employers and partner with them as we look at increasing our workplace learning opportunities. The third focus area, as I mentioned before, is affordability. Of course, we want higher education to be as free as possible, and for those low income students to not have a lot of unmet need that they feel is insurmountable. So that's something that's a challenge for those students, and especially for adults who are not eligible for Hathaway. Hathaway is a merit program for high school students. Adults do not have access to that program, but also many of the adults that do not have a credential in our state didn't do well in high school. And we find that when adults come back after some life experience, they do very well in college, but they don't quite have that self-esteem. And without a funding source for them to tap into, like I said earlier, they don't feel like they can afford it. Objective 2 is that increased productivity that I talked about with the numbers of credentials produced. We need to look at what we're offering in the community colleges to make sure that those are the right things. And as Dr. Seidel said, he's already working on that at the university. But unfortunately, as we look at program development in these trades programs, equipment is very costly. So we need to look at efficiencies of how we can use each other's equipment more at the colleges, how we can partner more. For example, with the funding that you provided through Wyoming Works at the last legislative session, Northwest College partnered with Eastern Wyoming College and Laramie County Community College to buy a CDL simulator. The 3 colleges are offering CDL certification using one set of equipment. If that's not efficiency, I don't know what is. And I'm really, really pleased with the partnership. We can do that more. And then that'll result in increased productivity of some of the credentials.
So,
And
Mr.
then,
We have a question. Representative Greer.
Yeah, so Stephanie, again, my concept is you use our equipment, use the equipment that business has. I'm interested in how do we get somebody in the workforce and then we get them their certificate. How do we make that transition? We start talking about credentialing of a fabricator or a plumber. Okay, how do we do that? Those are the questions this committee wants to get to.
Stephanie, this discussion on your objective 1 reminds me of Representative Patton from Sheridan. He pressed hard for us to change our thinking of K-12 to K-14. And he had, the junior college or VOTEC or CTE or any kind of training. And I think that's what we're after, is some kind of training. So maybe we should be changing our thinking to K through 14. You want to expound on that?
Mr. Chair, thank you, Representative Greer and members of the committee. Interestingly enough, President Seidel mentioned the Morrill Act earlier. In 1865, an act was passed by Congress called the Morrill Act, which was really the first mention of vocational types of education. And it was for agriculture and engineering as the West was settled. And so 40 acres was set aside in each state or territory for those kind of experiences. It's turned into the University of Wyoming in our state. In the 30s, vocational education became really, really big in the United States for training. And then as we came back from the war, it became even more so as people needed to go back to work. Men had the GI Bill that they could use, and they were going to Votex like mad. There was a parallel system that was forming and growing called the junior college system. And so what happened was that they merged into what is now community colleges. But the first mention of community colleges on the congressional record said that education should be through the 14th grade, with community colleges offering education as free as possible. So Chairman Anderson, you've nailed it. That's the history of community colleges, is to be a K through 14 system. Several years ago, before I came to Wyoming, there was a P16 work group that I'm sure that LSO has access to that information. And Chairman Anderson, I know some of that was studied. A K through 14 system is different than what we have now, certainly, but philosophically, we're on the same page with that. And then to address your point, Chairman Greer, using equipment with business and industry and partnering is something that community colleges have done for years. And I'm making a note right here that you just volunteered your CNC machines for a Northwest College CNC program. So thank you very much, sir. But in all seriousness, Representative Greer brings up a really good point. And again, we need to look at more efficiencies. We need to partner with business and industry more on those credentials. One of the challenges that community colleges face with those kind of partnerships is when a company says, no, I only want you to train my people. And I have specialized equipment, or I have equipment that is trademarked or something like that for what a company is building, and they don't want just anybody in there. So those are some things we have to work out, but many community colleges throughout the country do this. And I think that we certainly can launch that, and perhaps you and I, Representative Greer, can have a pilot as we look at that for our state. Objective number 3,
Another
following that increase.
Another question, Stephanie.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Chairman Greer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And no, I'd be more than interested in doing that, and I think most businesses would. But I still get to that point is even if a business only wanted their employees or their interns to work with that, what are those barriers? And I guess my ask of the community colleges is just identify those barriers, because one thing that the legislature can do is, and I think Senator Rothfuss said this yesterday, is we can knock down barriers. We can help pave the way forward. And it's easier for us to knock down barriers than to throw money at something. So we need to get those. We need to spend a little energy identifying those particular issues. That's why I asked the indulgence of our committee and have this presentation today, is so we can identify those things and move forward.
Stephanie, one of the issues we had when we were trying to train some techs from high schools and from college was the liability issues. And we finally couldn't overcome that and discontinued training the outside guys. Question from Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to give you a little bit more history about the community college system in the state of Wyoming, the Wyoming legislature authorized the first study, I believe, in 1932 about the need for community colleges. And when it came back that, yes, there was a need, every year thereafter, our sole university killed that program until 1945, when there was a joint session between the Senate and the House. And they actually had to go through and hide some newspapers and everything so that there was a little bit of deception. And by one vote, it was approved for the community college system, one community college in Casper. And the father of that was Harold Josendahl. And so he's kind of the father of the community college system. And at that time, the prediction was that the entire college system for the state would collapse. And in fact, the governor who signed that law lost his reelection campaign because it was so highly contested. But anyway, part of the problem that we have, and you mentioned that there are 65,000 some adults in the state of Wyoming that don't have a post-secondary education or degree, a lot of them have some college credit. And a lot of them go out and they work and life catches up with them and they get a family and they're established. They can't necessarily go somewhere else. They want to stay where they are. They would like to go back and finish their degree, but when they go back to either the junior college or the university, they're told, well, we got a problem. Your credits are more than 10 years old, and so you got to start from scratch. And that is a big problem. And at that point, people get discouraged and they go back to work or they find some other alternative. And my question to you is, what are we doing about what I would call artificial barriers like that? Because if you took English 10 years ago, why should that credit expire? Why should you have to go back and take English again? And the other part of that question is, and this would correspond with what Chairman Greer mentioned, most people who want to go back to college and finish a degree, it's because they're working in a certain sector and they want to be able to rise up. And I would use nursing as a great example. Here in Casper, we have a great program. We have all kinds of people that graduate with a 2-year nursing degree. They want to get their bachelor's. Maybe they want to get some management experience. Maybe they want to get an MBA, but they continue to run into barriers when they're trying to continue the education, and they probably know more than anybody else in that sector. They know it better than their instructors, yet they find these artificial barriers. So what are we going to do about that? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Stephanie, would you like to address those?
Mr. Chair, Representative McGuire, good points. Some of those barriers are dictated by accreditation. So the older credits are not artificial barriers. They may seem like it, but it's required from our accreditor. But you bring up a very good point about some students knowing more than instructors sometimes because of their life experience. There's something called credit for prior learning, and that is a concept that needs to catch on in Wyoming. Northwest College didn't do it very much when I first started, and part of this attainment work, we've been to various workshops that has been funded for us by the Lumina Foundation through grants, where we've gone to trainings that say exactly what you said, Representative McGuire, that credit for prior learning can help with those barriers. And so if someone took some credits a long time ago that are deemed to have been expired, and not all do, and some of it is antiquated systems, I'll admit, we need to work on our policies as well and work in concert with accreditation to help students be successful rather than restricting their success because of some things that may be artificial barriers. And to Representative Greer's point about what he was saying essentially is we need to reimagine how we deliver education. And that's essentially what I heard you say as well, Representative McGuire, is that if we have these barriers that restrict students from completing, then we need to examine them on our college campuses. Part of the student success initiatives at Northwest College looked at those things. Some of those barriers are a 16-week semester. So we've added more classes that are 8 weeks so that students' time to finish and their life can work a little better. 8-week chunk is easier for an adult than those longer chunks. Let me also comment on Chairman Anderson's point about liability. So when Chairman Greer was talking about, you know, just doing some things for the company only, we do that already, and it is through our non-credit program. It's called contract training, and we work one-on-one with that employer, and that works really well. We can do that with our liability. One of the barriers, as Chairman Anderson brought up, is bringing other people into a facility that has dangerous equipment and working on the OSHA requirements and the liability for those things. So that is a challenge and a barrier that will need to be looked at. The other piece, quite frankly, members of the committee, is the funding formula. You fund us based on a traditional credit earned, credit granted system. So we are funded based on a traditional classroom. So when we look at some of these non-traditional options that we do through our training and development arm of the college, we do not get any sort of incentive from the funding formula to do those kind of, they're called non-credit activities in our world. So again, that's part of reimagining the incentives of the funding formula, how we can partner better for more efficiencies, and work with Director Cooley at the Department of Workforce Services with the training opportunities that she has. I think there's a lot of potential here, and I think that Representative Greer really is onto something as he's looking at reimagining how we do this and actualizing those efficiencies.
Stephanie, we have
Another challenge, Mr. Chair.
Stephanie, we have another question. Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would argue that the mill that my parents voted in favor of in order to support the community college system, I would argue that that is the compensation that goes towards people for non-traditional education. But that's one point. The second point is, and it's not the first time that I've asked the question about returning adults to school and the credit issue. And every time I get the same answer, it's the accreditation agencies. And I always have the follow-up question, can you show me in black and white where the accrediting agency says that after 10 years, your credits expire? And I've asked the former president of the university, I've asked other junior college presidents, and so far nobody's ever given me, you know, well, this accrediting agency says absolutely no, or, you know, I can understand that if it's a computer science course that's over 10 years old, yeah, I took Fortran when I was in college. How much good has that done me in my career? Zero. I can understand where those types of things can expire, but English, basic courses, PE, things like that, why do they expire? And if one accrediting agency says, well, they expire, why don't we look at other agencies? Why don't we do something for our adults that want to return to school? And it's not a minority of people. I talk to people all the time that have credit, college credit, and they would like to continue on, but they've gone back to whatever school it was, and they've been told, no, you got to start from scratch. And that just puts them off, and they go off in a different direction. So I would invite someone to show me in black and white where it says that credits expire. Thank you.
Representative Duncan, do you have a comment?
Actually, I would like to comment on, respond to Representative McGuire. It depends on the school, because I went to college at University of Lamar University in Beaumont, Texas, and went back, and it didn't matter over 10 years, and they accepted credit hours over 10 years. So it depends on the university, actually, and it depends on the state. So Wyoming needs to, if that's the excuse that Wyoming's giving for university and community colleges, then we have some work to do, because they went back to the original college book of what your classes were listed. They went back to the original library and saw what the coursework was and your original transcripts, and gave credit. So where credit was due. So that's a problem, number one. And I agree with you, Representative McGuire. Number two is I have an issue with same as 100% with Chairman Greer. I, in the real estate industry, I have calls every day that I have issues with. I have property management. I manage 40 properties, as well as sell properties, and delays and problems, because I can't get electricians, I can't get plumbers, I can't get contractors. And there is a culture that we have been living in for many years that I have to disagree respectfully, that we have been pushing this college culture. The people need to be going to college. People need to be going to college. And we have been shaming our kids into going into the trades, that it is beneath them. And we've been giving this self-esteem issue of kids that they're less than if they go into a trade versus going to college and getting a college degree. And that's wrong, because there's a lot of college kids who make a decent wage, if not better than those who have a college degree. So that's where this whole CTE thing comes from. That's where we need to get back to. We've cut and cut and cut from our vocational education, from the high school. And I can tell you what, from property management, can't tell you how many kids I've had to teach how to write a check. I can't tell you how many kids who've come in and have rented properties from me, and we had to teach them how to mow a lawn. We've had to teach them how to do laundry. We've had to teach them how to use a phone book. They didn't even know how to use a phone book. We've had to teach them how to change light bulbs. We have done a disservice to our high school kids. And if we can figure out how to, if we don't have the funding in our high schools anymore, because of all the education cuts that we're going to have to do, and we've already gotten rid of all of the home economics, auto shop, welding, wood shop, all these other trades in our high schools, then we're going to have to do it at the college, the community college level. So this 14, K-12 instead, do the K-14, we're going to have to figure it out. And so we're going to have to do that at the community college level. And we're going to have to revamp this entire thing. And this is the way we're going to have to do it, because our local businesses can't exist if we don't have those people. We have all this whole generation of people who are retiring, and we don't have people to replace them. We don't have the plumbers, the electricians, the contractors. We don't have those service people. And it is a nightmare. I have months and months of waiting for electricians. We don't have the industry. So we have got to do something. We are in a crisis in the trades industry, and we've got to do something.
Okay, Stephanie, you'd like to address some more?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Duncan. You fed in exactly to where I was going next with Objective 3, and we didn't practice that beforehand. I have not talked to Representative Duncan about this presentation, but let me address a couple of points that were brought up. Representative Duncan is exactly right. Every major is different in college, and every program where somebody is bringing credits in is different. So Representative McGuire, it's not in the Higher Learning Commission a general statement in black and white anywhere. It's exactly what you said. It depends on the curricula and the age of your credits relative to what is required for that program today. And I agree with you. I think we need to be more open to that and work with our accreditation agencies to rectify some of that. The other piece of it, when you say, Representative McGuire, you know, what about other agencies? We are required, because we're in Wyoming, to be accredited by the Higher Learning Commission. It's a regional accreditation. And well, I guess we're not required, we don't have to, but we're not eligible for lots of federal financial aid. We're not eligible for students' credits to transfer. There's all kinds of issues if we're not accredited. But there are also specialty accreditations that we have to account for in how those credits transfer. But that said, it is not written in black and white very specifically that it's broad. It's curricula by curricula and program by program for the appropriateness of the age of those credits. We cannot, as a group of community colleges and the University of Wyoming, not allow students to transfer in and just say blanketly that we are not accepting those credits. It has to be a person by person evaluation. Before I talk about objective 3, I also wanted to address the mill point that Representative McGuire brought up. You bring up a very good point. There is an additional mill that community colleges can levy to go to some of the non-credit programming that I talked about. And that is an option. However, we need to look more broadly at what some of those local mill levies might look like, the ability for community colleges to perhaps levy more in counties that their levy doesn't bring in as much revenue. All of our counties that house our community colleges are in a little bit different financial situation. So as I look at Park County, for example, the mill valuation has gone down substantially. So I'm limited in what that one mill covers. But you bring up a very good point that might be a funding mechanism for us to look at going forward as we look at tight budgets. Even just giving the community colleges the ability, you wouldn't necessarily be implementing a new tax as legislators, but giving the community colleges and the voters that ability to be able to do that. So very good point. But back to Representative Duncan's points about needing more trades. One of the things that you did as a legislative body that was fantastic was adding CTE to the Hathaway. As I said, the Hathaway program has been very successful. It's a merit scholarship model that has really done some great things in keeping our best and brightest in state to go to college. But as Representative Duncan alluded to, there wasn't a pathway until recently for those career and technical students. Objective number 3 in the attainment plan is to establish a need-based aid program in conjunction with the merit-based Hathaway program that we have for adults to be able to go back. So high school students have that CTE piece of the Hathaway to go into the trades, but adults still don't have a funding pathway to be able to go into the trades. So something like a grant program that would be available to adults would really help. with getting people into the trades, because Representative Duncan is absolutely right. We should not be shaming trades in our society. Being a plumber and an electrician is a noble field and very, very necessary in our society today. So as we look at this objective, we've established some targets to look at that and to make that a high priority. So let's go to the college going culture that Representative Duncan was talking about. So we've got two things happening in Wyoming. We've got the group that I talked about when I introduced this topic, that are first generation and there's no need to go to college. And we have the group that want to go toward a bachelor's degree or a master's degree. And in between is that skilled trades gap. We need to work on that and build that college going culture to encourage people to get credentials up to a bachelor's and master's degree, certainly, but notwithstanding those certificates, Associate of Applied Sciences and associate's degrees that are offered at different levels. And Representative Duncan was absolutely right. They are well-paying jobs, and some of those careers pay more than bachelor's degrees or master's degrees in other fields. So that college going culture is huge. In order to get to that, we have some objectives a little bit lower on the page. One of them is the high school graduation rate that I was talking about before. If we're going to do those trades in the community, at the community college or university level, they need to graduate from high school to be able to enter into those programs. Then they need to participate and matriculate at the community colleges or the university. And again, the pipeline doesn't work to meet our attainment goal, that lofty attainment goal that I was telling you about when I first started. It doesn't work if we don't get adults into the pipeline. So the last page is all about implementation. As you look through the goals and objectives within the attainment plan, you may be asking, okay, so what? Now what? These are great goals, but now what? So the most important piece of this plan, and again, the plan was just approved a few months ago. And so the implementation stage will be critical moving forward, as well as accountability. The subsequent pages outline what we've done already and some of the things that are currently in the works. You all have mentioned already this morning more things that need to be in the works to eliminate barriers and to improve efficiencies and to work more closely with business and industry. And all of those things are accountability measures that I think are absolutely valid, and we need to work to implement as we go forward. So with that, I will go ahead and close and open up for more questions. This outlines the attainment plan that we've created. It represented a ton of work, and I'm so pleased with the Attainment Council and their input and thoughtfulness and hard work. We spent hours and hours and hours working on this, and I'm really proud of the outcome. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Stephanie. I'm sure we have more questions, even though we questioned you all the way through. Anyone with more questions for Stephanie and the community college group?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Representative Greer.
Thank you. Stephanie, good work, and this is not in any way trying to diminish that work and that effort. Okay, but and this is, I fought the Wyoming Works program tooth and nail, and the reason I fought it is because it didn't include the component of business or industry, and I see that still lacking in this plan, not being implemented into it, and that's fine. That's why we're here today, is how do we address those needs and put that third leg underneath the stool so that it is stable and viable going forward. And I want to know your thoughts on that. What are the community colleges doing to address that? I know they've done things one-on-one with certain areas, and they're good success stories. But overall, how is the Community College Commission looking at this issue? How do we implement? And I say business, I'm talking about mine's a manufacturing business, but as we go all the way to the higher tech businesses, to the entrepreneurship, the startups, how are we looking at this?
Stephanie, would you like to address that?
Mr. Chair, Representative Greer, members of the committee, fair criticism, Representative Greer. The business and industry wasn't intentionally left out of the plan. I think part of it, and I hear your point. I think part of it is that that's assumed within what we do. Let me also share with you that Northwest College, which is in Representative Greer's service region, is very, very traditional, what you think of as a junior college that focuses on transfer. We were established in the 40s, and we were established as a junior college. And up until the last 5 years, we have done very little trades programming. We've had welding for a long time and nursing and an equine program, but we are not a comprehensive community college in that sense. To contrast, Western Wyoming Community College was almost solely vocational until recent history, when they have added that transfer component. So all 7 of us do those things, some better than others, but your point is well taken, that we need to make partnering with business and industry a priority and reimagine how we deliver education going forward. Because if we don't, to Representative Duncan's point, we're not going to have any plumbers. And if most of the plumbers in our workforce today, and Director Cooley may have more of that information, if most of the plumbers in our workforce today are in their 60s and above, we know once they retire out, there's a gap in that career. What we find is if we can talk about those gaps and develop programming, people will enter those programs. I am doing a plumbing apprenticeship program out of my college from a closet, and we've built a couple of walls and put some pipe in it so that we can do that training on campus as a non-credit program. We're doing electrical much the same way, but we are not producing the numbers of credentials that are needed to address Representative Duncan's point. There is a shortage of those trades, skilled workers. So it goes hand in hand. In order to build a strong economy, we need a trained workforce. In order to have a trained workforce, all of us, the university, the community colleges, business and industry, and various training centers together with workforce services need to come together to make it happen.
Thank you.
Other questions? President Seidel, did you have a question?
Just a comment, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. I so strongly back this discussion and this point. I just wanted you to know the University of Wyoming is really supportive of this. And I just wanted to relay an experience I had a few years ago. I traveled extensively with Governor Rauner from Illinois, internationally in Japan, China, Germany, and Israel, and we would meet with companies that would have factories or other installations, other offices in the state. And one by one, they all told us that they were concerned about the ability of their companies to function effectively because of our workforce training, particularly apprenticeships, were not adequate. Some of them were threatening to move to states like South Carolina. And if you're from Illinois and people want to move to South Carolina, you think you're doing something wrong because they had better apprenticeship programs. So I've had a lot of experience talking with companies and thinking about this. So I'm all in to help support this.
Wonderful. Thank you. Senator Beitman, you had a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, a quick comment. My big two takeaways are that we have to, like Representative McGuire brought up a great point about the college credits. It is a huge barrier and it needs to be addressed. We've been talking about it for years. When you talk to adults that want to get back to school and better themselves, that is a huge deal. And I don't know whether it's, the community colleges and the university just trying to make more money, or if it's something else, but they need to work on behalf of the people and help these people. It shouldn't be looked at it as a way to nickel and dime students, making them pay for more classes than they need to take. Let's get this done. Let's make the decision and get results instead of talk about it. And the other thing that kind of concerned me in the presentation was to talk about bringing in the best and brightest from other states. I think before we do that, we got to stop the outward migration of our best and brightest. And I think it's something that's been a problem in Wyoming. And I want to see that addressed before we import other people's best and brightest. We spend billions of dollars a biennium on K-12 and university education money. And it's going, we're basically exporting our best and brightest. So let's fix that first before we bring in everybody else's. Those are my comments. But otherwise, it's great presentation, and thank you very much for giving it.
Senator Rothfuss, you had a comment, or are you ready? Senator Wasserberger, you're next then.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did want to ask a question, but first I'd like to let the committee know that this presentation actually started about 6 years ago when Dr. Hickswa and I were asked to join the WICHE task force, which turned into actually 2 meetings, one in Atlanta, one in Salt Lake City. And then the governor proclaimed the Educational Attainment Executive Council, and then the resolution that was passed by the legislature at the same time, which has grown into Wyoming's Tomorrow Task Force. So we've been looking at this for a long time, and all the things that you have questioned were a part of presentations that we had to the committee before. We looked at how we increase our number of career technical education people. We looked at credentials and how we help people in the workforce come into colleges that have been welding for years and they want to get an associate's degree, or right now I have a couple of students who are in the Wyoming Works program, which is, at least at Gillette College, is a weekend welding course that's going to get them a credential fairly quickly. And we looked at how we were going to increase the number of graduates from the University of Wyoming and also other things besides that. This has been a huge issue to us, and lots of work has been done. But my real question for Dr. Hickswa, who has been involved with this with Dr. Caldwell and myself, and actually Senator Rothfuss has been a part of that too, is one of the best things I think we've done is the common transcripts, transfer of credits issue. And I just wanted to ask Dr. Hickswa how that is coming. What I hear from my local college is that it's going very well.
Dr. Hickswa, would you like to address that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Senator Wasserberger, members of the committee. Yes, the common transcript piece is going very well. You can see in the accomplishments at the end of the document that I just reviewed that is part of it. I'm really pleased to be working so closely with President Seidel. He's committed to these types of partnerships, but you heard him talk much more broadly, and I just can't tell you how pleased I am and what a great partner he is. In addition to the common transcript, one of the things that the university did was establish their general education bachelor's degree program, which allows more adults a pathway for degree completion, which is what we were talking about before. The other pathway that we've established along those lines is the Bachelor of Applied Science, so that somebody who gets a degree in, for example, welding, they can get their certificate in welding, but they can go on and utilize those welding credits, to Representative McGuire's point, use those credits toward a bachelor's degree. A traditional bachelor's degree has a foundation of general education, and then you work to a more specific major. A bachelor's of applied science is inverted. They work on the specific major, welding, and then finish up for that bachelor's degree so that they can manage their own business or industry. We are committed to moving forward on these projects. Your points are very well taken, and I am making notes as we talk on the things that you would like us to improve and what your expectations are, and commit to doing so going forward. As a member of President Seidel's economic development work that he is putting together, we can bring these concepts to that table, as well as follow up in the Attainment Council, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Burkhardt had a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question was exactly what Senator Wasserberger asked.
Oh, okay. Okay. Senator Rothfuss, you had a question earlier and I missed you. So are you still? No? Okay. Senator Wasserberger.
Just to follow up, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. My question to Dr. Hickswa is, you have been involved as a president of Northwest Community College for many years. My question is the same question that I asked Dr. Seidel from the university. Would it be better for the state of Wyoming to have a more unified governance system for higher education? Or is the current system that we have today serving our students effectively?
Stephanie, would you like to address that?
Mr. Chair, Senator Wasserberger, members of the committee, my answer is very similar to President Seidel. There are many models out there, and I would encourage you to study those various models in different states to see what you think fits Wyoming the best. Rather than asking what system is better than another, I think the question is, what goals do we have for higher education in our state, and what system would best facilitate us being able to reach those goals? So as we have grown and moved forward, a system has developed and changed over time. Certainly, we don't expect that the same system will meet our same needs into the long term, but we have to evaluate what that might be. So there is no good system or bad system. It's what best fits Wyoming to meet the needs of Wyoming's citizens. And some might say, Senator Wasserberger, that local influence does that, but that is certainly a bigger question than just me.
Senator Wasserberger, follow up.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And one of the things that the Community College Task Force on Funding is looking into is this very issue. And I've always been a local control person myself over the years. But I do think that we need to study that issue within that committee. But my question is, well, I forgot my question, I guess, Mr. Chairman. But I'm really, the issue is one that has been studied nationwide for many, many years. And the issue of governance for higher education. The Education Commission of the States just did a study this summer. And so I'd like maybe down the road, if that becomes something for this committee, we do pay dues to the ECS, and we could have them make that presentation to this committee.
Okay, thank you. Stephanie, you had a follow-up on that?
Mr. Chair, Senator Wasserberger, members of the committee, to your point, Senator Wasserberger, I believe the October 16th meeting of that Sustainable Funding Task Force will be meeting to have that very presentation from the Education Commission of the states. And I'm not sure if WICHE is going to be involved in that presentation as well, but where Senator Wasserberger is a member of both that committee and this committee, I would defer to him once he sees that presentation, if it would be appropriate given the conversation we've had today. Because what different states do and what that study says could be very telling for you all to start grappling with these difficult questions.
Senator Rothfuss had a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we've had a lot of discussion and not just today, but over the years about looking at the market needs with specific occupations, specific levels of training. And it's not just at the high school, college level, it's at higher education and even secondary education as well. What we haven't really ever had is anything that's been organized in terms of a communication pathway between our colleges, the university, and our schools, and workforce services and the economic analysis division of the state. So as we're looking for ways to try and better understand what those needs are and match the workforce services with the actual market demand, I think that would be something that President Seidel, President Hickswa, and others can maybe start tackling. You know, I've never seen anything that's better than ad hoc on that, where we get a report. But we know we can do a lot better than that. We can actually be inquiring. We can say, what are the workforce needs for next year for some of our companies? What are the workforce needs for what Representative Duncan was discussing in her community? Try and do that type of an assessment in an organized fashion, have basically an annual report, and then have some projections that we can actually feed back to our students, so that when a student looks and says, oh, it looks like we're going to have a nursing shortage over the next 3 years, maybe I should go into nursing, or, hey, we don't have nearly enough elementary school educators coming down the pipeline, then we can go in with kind of an understanding of what those workforce needs actually are. So I'll leave that out as a challenge. We've talked a lot about it, but we've never organized a solution over the years. So maybe this is a great time for us to tackle that head on and end up with a consolidated work product that we can use to better enable that communication from our workforce demand to our education supply.
All right, other questions for Dr. Hickshaw? Other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Doctor, for your presentation. We appreciate you being with us today and bringing all the information with you. The next subject is the Wyoming Department of Workforce Services, but before we do that, let's take a bio break and reconvene at 10 after 10, at which time Representative Greer will take the chair. Thank you.
Chairman Greer,
Yes.
Bob Leonard wanted me to tell you that the trust committee will have some proposed changes and he'll get them to you before too long.
Okay, yeah, and I may work with Senator Nethercott this year, kind of split those up. But yeah, I'll get with Bob and make sure go through them with him. So no, appreciate that. Okay, do we have a quorum? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, we're ready. Let's go ahead and call the meeting back. Director Cooley, welcome to the Minerals Committee. We hope to have you before so more often. And so I think you've been listening in, and we've had a couple discussions, I think, back during the session. And if you just kind of help us a little bit. And, you know, it's Friday afternoon, so if you can keep us on the topic of sort of this CTE and some of your programs. I know you just rolled one out, and I'll be quiet and let you go. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you so much, Co-Chairman Greer, members of the committee. Thank you for having me here today. What I'm really hoping to do today is bring all of this full circle. There's been a lot of discussion about education attainment. And what I'm hoping to show you is some of the end results of some of those great initiatives and discussions that have been had with the education system and workplace. I am on the Education Attainment Council. So it's really been valuable to me to learn where some of the gaps are, what we need to do, and what we need to help Wyoming in moving forward with some of these issues. So what I'm hoping with some of the discussion points that I heard this morning were partnering with industry on credentials, drawing the line between education attainment and industry. I heard issues from Representative Duncan talking about trades being less than, or you know, somehow looked at as somehow a less than career opportunity. I hope to address that because I think that's an area that we're really focusing on. I also heard some comments from Co-Chair Greer, in fact, about pulling in industry, and that's a big part of the presentation I had today about how we are pulling in industry. They're a big part of the discussion that we're having, as well as Representative Beitman talking about the outward migration. Some of the efforts that we have are really trying to take a look at that and help with that outward migration. So with that, I've got a really incredible presentation. I apologize, I was late this morning. We had a few glitches with it. I think we've got those glitches worked out, and what I'd like to do now is share my screen with you and start that presentation, if I may.
Sure, go ahead. Do you have the ability to, or do we need to?
I think I've got it. Let me just make sure.
I think I know how to do this, but I'd have to think about it. But LSO staff is much better.
All right, do you see it?
Yes, we do.
All right, very good. I'll get started with that then. Thank you. So we are the Department of Workforce Services. We did submit to you a brochure that really talks in terms of a lot of the programs that we have. And of course, those aren't all the programs we'll be talking about today, but I wanted to make sure you had that information and some of the statistics of what we've been doing around the state for about the past year. Our divisions, we've got workforce programs, standards and compliance, policy research and communication. We're going to be speaking mainly today about our workforce programs, although I want to make it very clear that policy research and communications is where our research and planning team is housed, that provides us with all the Bureau of Labor standards information that we make some of our decisions from. So they're a very powerful tool for us and helpful in this discussion. I want to first start by talking with you about kind of what I consider our baseline programs, and that's through the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. You'll sometimes hear referred to as WIOA or WIOA. What WIOA does actually is designed to help job seekers find employment, education, training, and support services. This is just, again, this is our platform or our foundational program through Workforce Services. Looking at some of the services we provide services to adult workers, that's 18 and older, to dislocated workers, those are individuals who have lost their employment through no fault of their own, and through youth. We provide services to youth both in and out of school who face barriers to education, training, and unemployment. Some statistics that I think you'll find real interesting here. We've provided 177 trainings for adult and dislocated workers in 36 industries from July of 1st, 2019 to 6/30 of 2020. Just to provide some industry specifics about that, 71 of those trainings were for commercial driver's licenses, 14 were for CNAs, 10 mechanics, 17 in nursing, and 14 in welding. So again, Representative Duncan, that goes to your discussion and your concern about trades being considered somewhat, a lesser topic for us. Those are a lot of the functions or a lot of the areas that we're focusing on actually as we're moving forward. This just shows you kind of some of what WIOA does and what we have to do in order to provide WIOA funding to individuals. There are eligibility requirements, of course, but with those eligibility requirements, we also provide individual employment plans for people seeking our services. And along with a lot of the information that we can help them with are internships and work experience activities, as well as financial literacy. So working with WIOA is really a wraparound service that helps individuals find employment in areas that are relevant to their individual skill set. So it is very tailored to the individual. So the WIOA package, what the wraparound services that we can provide are not only training costs and services, but also supportive services for individuals. Some of those training services are occupational skills, again, on-the-job training, skills upgrading, entrepreneurial training, and customized services. I wanted to let you know here that we were able to apply for at the Emergency National Dislocated Worker Grant from the U.S. Department of Labor, an additional $200,000 that we're able to provide assistance for dislocated workers. Now, this is the Special Disaster Relief Employment Opportunity Program that will help individuals assist with transitioning jobs during the COVID pandemic. To date, we've had 3 individuals enrolled in this opportunity, and we have 3 more slots available that we're trying to fill now. The funding for this also encompasses supportive services to assist dislocated workers while engaged in employment and training activities. It's also important to note that during this COVID pandemic, our employment and training services has really transitioned to work with individuals on reemployment and employment in a different way to help keep people safe. They've moved to virtual or a phone-based coverage as an option for clients who don't want to go into one of our 20 workforce centers across the state, just for safety reasons. But also another example is you're familiar with our rapid response activities where we respond to help assist when are big layoffs in certain companies. What we've done is we provide those presentations weekly as an offering for some of those companies. But we also have drive-through job fairs. We had one right out here in front of our building a couple days a week for about 3 weeks. And talking to that employer was tremendously successful. It kept people safe, but it had, it did not keep people away from meeting with that company and getting actively involved. And I was told from that company that they had more than enough employees to choose from in order to fill the many positions that they actually had. So what is supportive services that are provided under WIOA? These are kind of the wraparound services or the additional services that help individuals get jobs. In some respects, you could call them even soft skills. So we do outreach, intake, and orientation, again, to help individuals determine what it is they want to look at, what is the job they want to look for, and get education and additional training for. We provide them with labor exchange services, again, through our research and planning office that provides them up-to-date information. We provide career counseling and recruitment services on behalf of employers as well. So WIOA is not just focused on the employee, it's also an employer benefit. We have the Wyoming at Work site where we can put up job openings that are in Wyoming to help some of the people coming in. They have that access to that Wyoming at Work, so they know what is available right there when they come into our workforce centers around the state. We can also provide them referrals to and coordination of activities with other programs and services they may need. But I also want to point out one of the services we provide them with assistance for filing for other financial need and assistance that they may have for education and training programs. So WIOA and the work that's done in our 20 workforce service centers around the state are really wraparound. We will do anything and everything we can within the guidelines of WIOA federal law in order to help them find employment. It's here I'm going to again put a plug in for those 20 workforce centers around the state. We were the only state in the country where those workforce centers stayed open to benefit, and this was at the request of Governor Gordon. They stayed open to benefit the workers in this state. And we literally had people lined up, people that couldn't get online. They couldn't get through to our UI center because we had call center issues. So they came into those 20 workforce centers around the state and did a remarkable job helping individuals around the state. Our walk-in numbers for those workforce centers just went up dramatically, and the assistance they provided was just invaluable. So I just wanted to give a shout out to them for staying open and staying safe and keeping the individuals that came into those centers safe as well. All of this is really worked through or as a part of our Wyoming Workforce Development Council. The council actually oversees the WIOA federal workforce development funds in Wyoming. So the activities we do, the services we provide are really at the behest of and with the assistance of the Workforce Development Council. That council is actually a 30-member council, but it is required to have a private sector majority to ensure Wyoming industry leaders are making decisions. So again, Co-Chair Greer, this is a way that industry is really taking part in some of the decisions that are being made across the state with these WIOA funds. Also, I am a member on the council. We've got Wyoming Business Council CEO Josh Durrell, Superintendent of Public Instruction Jillian Balo, Executive Director of the Community College Commission Dr. Caldwell, DFS Director Corin Schmidt, and 2 legislative members. We've got Representative Kathy Connolly and Senator Von Flatern. So there is a pretty wide a showing of individuals from around the state that are necessary to come together to make some of the decisions around these issues. I want to transition just a little bit here to go to our Workforce Development Training Fund. This is a fund that we're all very proud of. We're doing some fantastic things across the state. And I say this because it's not all doom and gloom. I want you to know that there are good things going on across the state with some of these programs. So we wanted to go into the Workforce Development Training Fund with you as well. So here's an overview. We have business training grants, pre-hire grants, apprenticeship and internship grants. And I want to walk through each one of these with you and just give you some statistics on how important those have been across the state of Wyoming. So for instance, first, business training grants. The purpose of these grants are really to upgrade and correct employee skills. Here are some parameters around those skills. They give you an idea of what is required, what is not, and this is all in rule, and I don't want to read through this with you, but I want to let you know that through these grants for the past year, we've served 155 businesses across the state, provided training to 743 trainees, and spent $1,129,307 total dollars in awards. So this training program has been tremendously successful. I literally am signing contracts for these training grants daily for any number of industries across the state: healthcare, legal, manufacturing, appraisers. There's just any number of them that apply for these grants, and I think they're making a difference in training and upskilling the workers that are across the state. Next is the pre-hire grant. To provide you an overview, here's some of the information about these grants. Again, I won't read through that, but these grants are awarded in conjunction with economic development needs in the area. So they're to provide training for workers for new and expanding businesses across the state. So to again provide you with some statistics here, we've provided $709,530 in total awards in construction management, healthcare, and transportation across the state. We've trained 206 trainees with these funds at an average cost of $2,729 per trainee to support three main industries. And those are the construction industries, healthcare industries, and transportation. Please interrupt me if there's questions that come up, and The next is apprenticeship grant. We're very pleased and proud of these apprenticeship grants as well. Here are some of the requirements for those grants. They do cover tuition, registration, class fees, and travel expenses, for example. Since January 1 of 2020, the apprenticeship grant program has awarded $765,483 in grants to support 120 apprenticeships in electrical, HVAC, plumbing, and technology industries. So going to the comments about really focusing on some of the skilled trades out there, this program in particular has really benefited that skill set.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead, Representative Duncan and Co-Chair Anderson.
Director Cooley, is this pretty much across all counties, or is it kind of concentrated in one area of the state versus others, or is it kind of equally around? Do you have any assessment, any idea?
Mr. Co-Chair?
Yeah.
Mr. Co-Chair, Representative Duncan, that's a really good question. The last time that we looked at a scattering of these, they are all over the state, but that's a really good question. I will dig down deeper into that and get you some information on that. I think that'd be valuable to have, especially for some of the later information we'll be providing you as it relates to the next gen sector partnerships And that's industry looking at this. So I think that might be important for those industries to know that as well. So thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Yeah, Chairman Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, the electrical apprenticeships and the plumbing apprenticeships, a lot of those go through the union shop. Are we paying for these tuition and whatnot on the union shops, or are they doing their own?
Good, Director.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, that's a good question. My understanding is we're paying for these on our own. They're not going through some of those apprenticeships that are already established. But again, a good question. I don't know the answer to that. We'll get back to you on it.
So Director, go ahead, Representative Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, excuse me, just a quick question. You mentioned transportation and the previous presenters mentioned CDL license and that. How many, and I know there's a tremendous shortage of those people with CDLs. How many CDL jobs are there in Wyoming currently that you know of that are unfilled?
Good, Director.
Mr. Co-Chair, Representative Burkhart, that's a good question. We do have those numbers. I don't have them in front of me, but I do, everything I've seen for the past year and a half indicates that that continues to be one of the leading areas that we need to focus on to provide that kind of training. I don't have those numbers, but we can get those to you.
Mr. Chairman, just a quick follow-up. Thank you, Director. If you could do that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Director Cooley, before you move on, and this is a little bit of my fault without having been as prepared for this discussion as I wanted to. But this component of registered apprenticeship programs and access to them, does your department, do your local offices help people come in, push them, direct them? Where do those programs come from? Or I assume they're Department of Labor, but that's an assumption. Could you just give us a little overview of how those programs exist in Wyoming?
Co-Chairman Greer, members of the committee, we've got kind of a bifurcated way of handling these apprenticeships. We did get applied for about 8 months ago some funding from Department of Labor for an apprenticeship movement, I guess you would say, where we were able to actually hire an individual that would go into the community, go into industry to talk about apprenticeships and where we might need to build additional apprenticeships. That's ongoing. This is an apprenticeship program that's actually within our training fund program that is ongoing, that we have the ability and do reach out to individuals when we see the need for an apprenticeship. So that's an ongoing discussion with industry, I would say. And so we've kind of got it bifurcated, but I would also mention, and I believe she might be slated to speak later today, Michael Broad with Department of Labor also works with us on bringing all those apprenticeships together and identifying the need for additional apprenticeships, if that's necessary across the state. So there's a lot of collaboration between our agency and the Department of Labor with Michael Broad on some of those issues.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and that's where I kind of dropped the ball, is I did not get her invited to this meeting. So yeah.
Okay, I apologize. I thought I saw her on there. So
maybe I'm missing that. She is. That's great, but I don't think I did. Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Cooley, do you think, or maybe you already do this, correct me if of my ignorance, is it something that maybe a piece that we're missing, or do we already do this, that your department works and coordinates with our high school counselors to coordinate with this apprenticeship and this pathway for those particular students who are looking and are interested in this direction? Are we doing any program that way? Are we missing something? Are we missing a critical piece there?
Good, Director.
Co-Chairman Greer, Representative Duncan, excellent question. Our workforce center individuals are actively involved, and it depends by community, but they're actively involved with the counselors in the high schools, talking about what we have available. And I'll get into some other programs that we talk to them about, like the internships, certainly the apprenticeships, and some of these other opportunities that we have. So it depends on the community how active that involvement is, but our workforce center individuals, workforce specialists is what they're called in the 24 centers across the state. They're involved with those high schools and with those high school counselors on some of these opportunities that we have. So we're making the connection. We could do it better.
Okay. All right, walk us along, Director.
All right, very good. Next slide. Okay, here's the internship grant, and I was listening to the presentations yesterday and heard some mention of this internship grant. We are so proud of this grant. It has been such a successful opportunity for Wyoming workers, and so I'm happy to go through this with you. Here are some of the requirements and the points that we want to make, or the requirements of the grant. But I wanted to let you know, we didn't launch this. I'm sorry about that. We didn't launch this until May of 2020. Since that time, we've received 21 approved applications totaling $389,116 to support 35 internship opportunities. And here is the breadth of those opportunities. I want to just read off this list for you. It's in agriculture, arts, construction, hospitality, law and legal, medical manufacturing, information and technology, engineering, environmental science and conservation, finance, fitness, food manufacturing, healthcare, and real estate. So this, you know, we're looking for additional funds to add to this program because it's been that successful. And I want to point out to you, when Governor Gordon approved the rules for this, he was very clear with us that he did not want us using general fund dollars for this. We do not use any general fund dollars for these internship monies. What we do is we have the State UI Trust Fund. Per statute, the interest off of that trust fund goes into an account we term the Fund 528 account. Those are funds that we can pull down according to some statutory requirements, and that we can use for some of these workforce training programs. And so again, no general fund dollars here. This is all interest funds coming off of that. And we're just so pleased with how successful this has been. And I want to tell you again also that this is this successful when we haven't really messaged it a great deal. We do have a messaging campaign going out about this here fairly soon. And so we think that that's just going to broaden this even more and provide even that many more opportunities for individuals. And this is internship opportunities not only at UW, not only in the high schools, but also internship opportunities for individuals that are perhaps not in school, that want to get into an internship opportunity just to see if something is of interest to them. And when we're talking about, you know, I talked with Fred Schmeckel at the University of Wyoming. He's the one that kind of first started talking to me about this, and he said, you know, we're doing such a good job with getting these incubators up and running, but what's happening is these are one people's shops, and they want to build their business, but they're having a hard time. They don't have the money to hire individuals to help them out with these. And so, you know, do you have anything you can help us with? So we've talked around, thought this might be an opportunity for us, but what the hope is that through these internship opportunities, you get them into some of these incubator, really innovative, creative businesses. They hook into that, they develop that interest, and they're going to want to stay with that business, which means if we can keep that business in Wyoming, they're going to stay in Wyoming. So I think there's a lot of benefit that comes from this type of internship opportunity that we're hoping maybe in a year we can provide you some statistics. But right now, it's just too new right now to do that. I also want to talk to you about a subset of the internship opportunities. We did apply, because of the success of this program, we did apply for some CARES Act funds to develop, we're going to have new industry that's popping up because of COVID, whether it's manufacturing, face masks or hand sanitizer or contact tracing, whatever those circumstances are. We're going to have new industries that come from that. So we thought we could tap into some CARES Act funds to really prop those types of businesses up in Wyoming by giving them interns that they can be training. So we were awarded $750,000 in those funds. And currently we have $273,646.50 in applications that have been received and that will support 25 internship opportunities in those COVID related areas. So again, that shows that these internship opportunities, and I forget the numbers, that the individual that spoke last night talked about how many applications they had for internship opportunities. I think the sky's the limit with this type of a program in Wyoming, based on what he provided you last night, but based on some of the success we've seen just since May of 2020 this year. With that, I'm sorry, that is just such an exciting program. I really want to keep talking about it, but we'll keep going. Another really important component of the discussion that you've been having this morning as it relates to industry. How are we drawing those lines to industry and the important voice that industry needs to have in Wyoming? And I want to introduce you to the Next Gen Sector Partnerships. These partnerships were actually formulated and pushed forward through, again, the Wyoming Workforce Development Council. But they have a little video that I want to show you that really tells you what they're all about, because I think they are starting to be and can be a valuable resource for Wyoming to really provide industry-driven ideas back to not only workforce services, but back to our education system to talk about what it is we need from our educators in order to support industry. So we're going the other way. We're not allowing education to come forward with some of these opportunities. We're asking industry, what do they want? So I'm gonna see if I can get this video. This is what we had a glitch in this morning. So let me see if I can get this video going for you.
Jobs, they're moving pretty fast these days. Most of us know what it's like to feel obsolete in the modern job market, or to move away from home to find a good job. At the same time, lots of local employers struggle to find the right talent to make their businesses grow and thrive. It's an unfortunate misalignment, and it's a really big deal, because if businesses aren't growing and creating quality jobs, the economy suffers. And if people can't access quality jobs, the community suffers. So what's going wrong here? What explains the disconnect between what businesses need and what schools are teaching? Aren't there a bunch of programs already working with businesses to meet their needs? Absolutely. In fact, lots of groups are trying to solve this problem, except they're doing it on their own. Education, workforce development, and economic development organizations are all talking to businesses. They're running focus groups and holding advisory meetings. What happens is that some employers are over-solicited, asked to participate in lots of different meetings and boards, while others are ignored entirely. Business leaders get burned out, industry involvement is low, and survey samples are skewed. To make matters worse, conversations with business are often organized around narrow topics like, what are your entry-level training needs? The result is that we often miss out on the bigger opportunities and needs that are shaping the industry for tomorrow. which just so happen to be the topics that business leaders are most interested in talking about. So what if we were able to flip things around a little bit? What if instead of the public sector pushing their programs and services on businesses, what if we could mobilize a whole industry to team up and engage with public partners to pull what they need from us, building the talent and skills of our local workforce while growing businesses and strengthening the sector? It's called a Next Generation Sector Partnership, and it can transform your region's economy. Next Gen sector partnerships are different than traditional sector partnerships in 3 key ways. 1, industry is at the center. Instead of organizing conversations with businesses around programs or grants, business leaders define and champion their own agenda and stay invested as a result. Industry at the center means that literally only businesses are given a seat at the center table. Public partners sit around the outside of the room in listen-only mode. Does that mean they're passive? Not at all. It means they give the floor to industry to design their own agenda, and they're poised for collective action as a result. It also means that businesses personally champion priorities. This is important. Next Gen partnerships don't advance initiatives unless there are business champions committed to them. 2, they tackle more than just workforce needs. In any growing industry, workforce is likely to be a top priority, but other things matter too, like infrastructure needs, supply chain issues, access to capital. Next Gen sector partnerships tackle all of the above. Anything business leaders agree is important is a priority of a Next Gen partnership. 3, community support. Next Gen sector partnerships are a team effort. Education, workforce, and economic development partners work together to respond to industry needs. It's not about a special initiative or a new program. It's a way of working better together. Next Gen sector partnerships work. Across the country, they're having a real impact. Metropolitan and rural areas have made timely changes to education programs at the right scale for the labor market. People are getting good jobs and keeping them. Meanwhile, businesses can hire the talent they need to grow, and they're generating new ideas, new markets, and new product lines because they're better connected with their peers. This boils down to stronger businesses and more people with better jobs. And that's what matters most in making our communities thrive. Is your region ready for something different? Visit nextgensectorpartnerships.com.
So I hope that resonated with you about some of the discussions we've been having. I think that this, I will tell you that what we've been told is the Next Gen Sector Partnership in Wyoming has ramped up faster than in any other state. They're doing some pretty incredible things across the state. These are all the partners that we've been working with to make this successful. It's not just been a single agency. It's everybody coming together to recognize the importance of industry and having industry at the table talking about what the needs are in Wyoming. What I would like to do is go through just some of the successes in some of these partnerships with you, just to talk about what a few of the things that are going on. And you've got more of them in the brochure that we sent you. But I do want to talk about a few of them that relate specifically to education attainment. So in Natrona County, we've got a construction and trade partnership. And again, remember that these are the individual counties that are deciding what it is that they want to focus on in their county to highlight and to really promote in their county. So in Converse County and Natrona County, February 19th, 2020, they had an internship day at Casper College. 5 employers were able to set up booths and spoke with students about the internship opportunities. But along with that, so you've got that connection again with the college, but along with that, then you also had the Community College Commission on a phone call with Casper College talking about developing an HVAC program. And they're also likely to move forward with a plumbing program as well. That is apprenticeship based to help provide in-class learning portions of the apprenticeship program offered. So again, there's that connection between education and industry and what we need in education to help industry. So we've got the Northeast region. That region has a finance and insurance and a construction next gen partnership. The finance and insurance one has developed a video, Live Gillette, Love Gillette, talking about all of the industry in Gillette to really promote that area. But their construction partnership is progressing on an internship and apprenticeship discussion with the college and high school. So again, they're going back, the line is going back from industry into education to talk about what the needs are there, which is pretty significant. They're also thinking about a healthcare partnership there where they hope to launch in the fall. Sheridan Johnson County have a manufacturing partnership that is going great guns. They actually hosted the inaugural Manufacturing Expo on February 29th. They had 12 manufacturing exhibitors, 3 guest speaker workshops, and they drew over 150 people from the local community to talk about manufacturing and developing manufacturing in that community. They also joined a business council convened multi-regional team to design and hold a virtual Wyoming manufacturing trade show or showroom, which will help showcase local companies, increase in-state buyer supply connections. But this is also going to increase Wyoming companies' visibility outside of the state, because as you know, the Business Council will go out to some of these trade shows once we can actually go out to some of those trade shows again. And those are the types of things they're going to be talking about out at these trade shows. So it's pretty significant. Bighorn Basin has a healthcare partnership that they're working on. They've actually partnered to collaborate on some of the COVID-19 issues. And have signed an MOU with the Billings Clinic and several of the area hospitals to cover supplies, equipment, providers, and messaging, so that the messaging in that area is all the same. Their partner members are also sharing employee policies to help encourage, again, that same messaging on some of these issues. Southwest Wyoming has a manufacturing partnership. They are actually working with the local K through 12 schools, planning an upcoming career day in manufacturing and what's available out there, talking about salaries, talking about credentialing or apprenticeships, what you need to do in order to get into those areas of work. They've developed a newsletter to raise awareness and further support their partnership as well. They also joined that Business Council convened multi-regional team as well. Next, we have one in the Eastern region that's working closely with EWC, the Adult Ed and Workforce Services to provide youth coordinated opportunities to enhance their workforce skills in a number of different areas. There's also one called the High Altitude Manufacturing Partnership. This one is a little different because it's not just necessarily a regional one, but they're committed to working with DWS on what's called a talent transition project. And I'll talk to you a little bit more about that, but it's going to help displaced work adults make career transitions into manufacturing jobs in that area. And again, they also joined the Business Council multi-regional team to design the Wyoming Manufacturing Trade Show. Fremont County has a healthcare partnership, and they're committed to working on the talent transition project as well to help individuals make career transitions into healthcare. Laramie County is doing some really critical things right now in the construction area. And they're working to get the high school and the community college to dual enrollment program going in the trades again. And they've done some incredible things, taking a bus around to different work sites with high schoolers to show them some of the careers that they can look at and to talk to some of the workers on site about what they need to do to get there, what the income level might be. So they're doing some pretty incredible things in construction in Laramie County. So I mentioned the talent transition project. So as you know, we've talked about our rapid response team and how they are developed through WIOA to respond very quickly to employer layoffs. So what we're trying to do with this talent transition project is connect that rapid response system with next gen sector partnerships. So we hope to match out of work individuals with strong industry employees. So that helps us not only keep our workforce in Wyoming, but we fill important needs, employment needs for other employers that are looking for individuals. For example, you might have a laid off hospitality worker who may be a good fit in the entry-level healthcare field. We can make that connection through these next-gen partnerships. You might have a laid off oil and gas worker who can leverage their transferable skills to the manufacturing industry. So through this talent transition project, they're really trying to make those connections across the state of Wyoming with these next-gen sector partnerships, again, with the idea of keeping our workforce in Wyoming instead of having them have to go outside of the state to find work. And this just talks a little bit more about the talent transition project and what the goal of it is. We have 5 participating partnerships in this: construction, manufacturing, healthcare, from these various partnerships. And I think that I would be surprised if the rest don't join in very quickly. Here are the implementation steps to make that happen. But I think the biggest picture here is that this is going to provide recruitment, assessment, and placement assistance for these individuals. There's also the opportunity to provide them financial support and on-the-job training. They may also be able to offer education and training at no cost to businesses to enhance skills of potential workers. And they will also be setting up apprenticeship programs for interested businesses. So they're going to be staying in regular contact to monitor the progress of and make any adjustments they need to make. But this is kind of the next step in the next gen sector partnership progress through the state, is to make these kind of connections to keep people employed in Wyoming. Last but not least, I wanted to make sure you were all aware of the Reimagined Workforce Preparation Grant that we just recently submitted the application for on Monday. It's going to be phenomenal if we get it, and there are so many great things that can be done with it. Just to give you an overview of the grant, they've got $127,500,000 available, a lot of money. The downside is they're only going to award that to 8 or 9 different states, with an average of about $15 million awarded for each grant. 36-month project period. There were some tough hurdles to get to apply for that, but we did get the okay through our Workforce Development Council, because it had to be the council applying for those funds. They are funds through the Department of Education. We had to get their okay, and it was a tremendous lift for various individuals in our staff and across the state. And I would be remiss if I didn't let you know, we had partners across the state that were interested in this, that took part in it. They're excited about it. There's incubators, business council, there's colleges that we've had involved, apprenticeships we had involved. This was a lift by a lot of different people. The application is absolutely phenomenal based on the factors that they wanted to look at. So fingers crossed, this is some funding that we can get to really get some help out there to some of the new and innovative, creative ideas we've got rolling around with some business entrepreneurs out in Wyoming. With that, I wanted to let you know we're all over the state. Here's some of the areas of our 20 workforce centers across the state. We're here to help you, and I'm happy to answer questions. I hope this has helped pull together the bigger picture here with education and workforce and some of the things that we are pulling together as a team working around the state to do. It's definitely not all doom and gloom. There are some fantastic things going on around the state, and I will stand for questions.
Well, thank you, Director. We appreciate it. And I think it was a good overview. Committee, do you have any questions? We may be talking later, Director, so as we go forward, but any questions, committee? Representative Ayer.
Mr. Chairman, I just have a quick one. Director Cooley, you've talked about some great programs here. I was just wondering if you had thought about how we can make these more readily available or get the information out to those people who need to get it, both job seekers, employers. Could we do more to make these programs better known around the state?
Hey, go ahead, Director.
Co-Chairman Greer, Representative Ayer, that is, if I could tell you that is one of my initiatives, my frustration, my concern is we have fantastic things going on around the state. We've got programs that are available to people, and we need to get that message out. And you can talk to my staff here. That has been my mantra since I started, is we're doing so many good things and people don't know about it. So we're working on it. As I indicated, we've got a really good messaging program that we're going to start going out about our workforce development training funds. The brochure that I gave you is a brochure we're trying to pass out any chance we get so that individuals are aware of it. So I am open to ideas from any and all of you on how we can get that message out. But it is something we are definitely working on, and it's a concern for sure.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Director. We appreciate that and appreciate the information. Again, depending upon where we go, we'll be talking some more, I'm sure. Thank you.
That's good. Thank you.
So committee, I know I want to try to, we got a couple more presenters, and then we've got the tax amortization bill. But I think in order, Michelle Broad joined us, and I asked her to, if we can get her camera on or at least her audio. And so Michelle, if you could do us a favor, and just because I didn't have you in the agenda, but like a 5-minute overview, if you could do so, or 7, but a quick overview of what you're doing and the work that you're doing that ties into this for us, just for perspective. We're suffering a little bit from information overload, so that's why I asked.
Okay, first of all, my name's Michael, and I am the Wyoming State Director of the Office of Apprenticeship, which is under the umbrella of the Department of Labor. I set up registered apprenticeship training programs with industry partners around the state of Wyoming, and we work on any occupations that they feel that they are in need of having a combined training program that includes on-the-job learning as well as related instruction, which is theoretical learning. So I work with the sponsors, and I provide all of the information and direction in developing a registered apprenticeship program. The registered apprenticeship program has 5 components. First of all, the apprentice must be employed. So it must be led by an industry partner or employer. Second component is it must have theoretical learning. That can be via community college. A sponsor could develop and or create by, however, a curriculum that we can get approved by the Department of Labor that they can actually provide their theoretical learning on site. Then there is the on-the-job learning, and we develop a schedule that we look at the approved on-the-job learning. Now, the Department of Labor has a list of approved registered apprenticeship training programs, and of course, we must align that related or that on-the-job learning to the hours that have been approved through the Department of Labor. Now, there is a component, though, that if we run across an occupation that has not been approved by the Department of Labor, there is a process to get a new occupation approved. The fourth component is there needs to be a wage progression. As the apprentice becomes more valuable to the employer, we'd like to see a bit of a wage progression. The sponsor determines that wage progression. And then the last component is that it is certifiable. This is a national certification. The industry partners become certified training partners for their employers or apprentices only. And then each apprentice that completes the program as approved by their industry partners or employer, they also are certified by the Department of Labor and received a national certification for the completion of that program.
Excellent overview. Thank you. Michael, can I ask a favor? Could you send a presentation that you did to the Wyoming Tomorrow's Task Force? Could you send that to LSO so we could send that to this committee?
Yes, sir, I can.
I'd appreciate that. And sorry, committee, integral part of this, I think if we pursue this, we'll have Michael go through her presentation a little depth, because it provides another little, to me, it's a bigger piece of the puzzle. So committee, any questions for Michael? Okay. Yep, and sensing, sorry, I'm sensing a little bit of information overload here on this subject, but I appreciate that. Okay, Michael, thanks for joining us. I appreciate it. So next, Pat Joyce. And Lachelle, you had asked me to back cleanup, so we'll go with you doing that, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members.
You're on deck.
Oh, okay.
Pat Joyce is up, sorry.
Thank you.
That's okay, she can go. I'm on information overload. Good morning, my name is Pat Joyce. For the record, I'm the Assistant Director of the Wyoming Mining Association, and this has been an awful lot of information this morning, some we've heard before and some new information. I appreciate everybody's interest and effort in this particular issue. For the last 3 years, of course, we've been supportive of the legislation that's passed through your chambers to help enhance our CTE training, as well as our four-year college training. With the mining industry in Wyoming, we're one of the largest employers and probably have the widest array of skill needs and diversity that any industry has, including, well, and everybody in energy, of course, and would be the same as us, oil and gas and that. We hire over 8,500 employees in 32 mines across the state. And then when you add on to that, 2 to 3 jobs for every mining job within the state that come from small businesses who service or contract to our mines. We look at over 30,000 jobs affected by the hiring, the training, the hiring, and the employment across the state. I have the pleasure of helping to work on the advisory council for the Perkins 5 Advisory Council as an industry rep. Also work with WACD, Wyoming Association of Career and Technical Educators, on their advisory industry council, and worked on the UW CTE teacher training program, and of course work with the Wyoming Business Council. And when we identified 2 years ago, or as soon as the 3 bills we always talk about that passed 3 years ago with Hathaway and Wyoming Works and the Applied Science, Bachelor of Applied Science bills, I immediately went out and did an inventory of the types of jobs that we hire for. I think the thing that surprised me most was I thought everybody did that. And then I've been more surprised to find out there really wasn't an interest in reading what it was that we had come up with. I still find it a very valuable tool, because whether I'm talking to the university folks, or I'm talking to the community college folks, or the Professional Teachers Standards Board, or WACD, and some of the teachers, I am able to pluck out of there the information that we know we need to hire for. We're not unusual. We are aging out a lot of our professional people, not unlike the state, not unlike other industries. And so we need to replenish those employees as well. I heard this morning a lot of different opportunities. The thing that comes to my mind is I would like to offer an invitation to the university, to the community colleges, and of course to any of the WACD CTE teachers to come out to our mines and meet these folks that we hire and that we count on to to extract those minerals, and get them to transport it out to their customers and fulfill their contracts. Part of what you might hear, contrary to what you might hear in the news, we're not all coal mining in the state, and most of you know that. We have, of course, 6 bentonite companies. We have 7 uranium companies. They're struggling to hang on, true enough, but they are coming back on. And excuse me, UPS is here. Sorry, FedEx. That's the problem, being 1 and 2 person office. And our Trona patch out in Green River, of course, they're a very strong industry, and they are involved with Western Community College in the program. That's a lot of what you were referencing earlier as far as the program, training program and that. And I think they stand as a tremendous model for what we can do across the state in training our workforce. So at this point, I'm going to be brief today. I know that we're up against a time crunch here a little bit, but one of the things that I would like to say is that we are in the process right now of identifying some high schools and community colleges to work on a pilot program within our mining industry. These are transferable skills. So if we train someone up to come out and go to work in our mines, certainly they'll eventually be able to move across the line and move into other industries as well, more times than not. The reference that's always used when people talk about mines, which tells me they're not completely familiar with what we do, is everybody's willing to say that, oh, we'll train welders and truck drivers. Well, we do have welders and truck drivers, I will grant you that. But when you come onto a mine, you have got to be taken by the fact that when you come into that environment, it's like walking into a small city. We have every industry service and skill that any small city or community would have. We hire everything from everyone from high school graduates to law school graduates. It isn't just digging up the dirt or whatever it is that they're getting either underground or above ground and dragging it over to the train and getting it onto the customer. Our customers are very particular, of course, in how much they can take, when they need it, and they need it on a constant interval. And this COVID world, we never missed a day. Our mines stayed open, continued to supply their customers, but what happened was the customers' needs contracted, and so that rolled back to our mines. Our coal mines get all the press. Contrary to popular belief, they're not sweeping up the floor and walking out the back door. They're all populated. They're all continuing to work through the downturn in COVID. Some of them are contracting a little bit, but at this point, our bentonite and our Trona folks are experiencing the same thing, but all continue to produce. So I think with that, Mr. Co-Chairman, I'm going to offer an invitation to anyone who would like to come out and work with us. We would like to look for some partners, and we appreciate you having this hearing today. I'd stand for any questions.
Well, thank you, Pat. Committee, any questions for Pat? Okay, no, we appreciate it. Thank you for hanging on, and thank you for your comments. Okay, now, Ms. Brandt reviewed the comments from the governor's office.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, committee members. My name is Lachelle Brandt. I am the Senior Policy Advisor in Governor Gordon's office. I thank you for this opportunity to be here this morning with you to discuss these important topics of education attainment and career technical education. My remarks will be very brief, given that you are on information overload and that you have already heard from many of the experts on your agenda, all who have provided a great level of detail and expertise on these topics. Broadly, I just want to say, I want you to know that the governor believes deeply in the need to build a strong workforce and a nimble government to provide the right training and education to help Wyoming people have careers and help Wyoming industries hire the staff they need to grow. A lot has been done, as you've heard in the past, and you've heard great things are happening at the state and local level. But the governor does believe more can be done to coordinate these efforts. And I think collectively today, we've heard that from all of them as well. Both Dr. Seidel and Dr. Hickswa spoke about the need for education attainment and the fact that it's rooted in the global shift from an industrial economy to a knowledge economy. The vast majority of jobs being created require education and training beyond high school. And today, millions of the jobs that created the middle class have been replaced by emerging technologies, as was suggested earlier, artificial intelligence, or through global competition. And the jobs that remain require more higher level skills and training. Dr. Hickswa suggested the urgency to increase educational attainment in Wyoming was first recognized under the Meade administration in alignment with the state's economic diversification strategy. And Governor Gordon has continued to support the work of that executive council in developing and completing the strategic 5 and 10-year plan that Dr. Hickswa presented to you today. I was asked also to touch briefly on career technical education. However, there's been significant discussion and information provided to you on the topic about what exists. The only information I would add that was not really discussed in much detail is related to strengthening career and technical education for the 21st Century Act, or the Perkins 5. K-12 has a very important role to play in this conversation, and the Wyoming Department of Education has oversight of the Perkins 5, which provides, as many of you know, the funding for many of the programs that we're discussing today. It is a federal act with a mission to grow a competitive workforce, and is designed to develop more fully the academic and career technical skills of both secondary education students and post-secondary education students who enroll in career technical programs. Wyoming's allocation of funding is $5 million per fiscal year, with secondary receiving $2.2 million and post-secondary receiving $1.4. The remaining funds are spent on the cost for administering the grant and individuals and state institutions, non-traditional training, and employment. They have created the new strategic plan that was approved in spring, and the 3 main goals that I'll mention in that plan are building collaborative relationships, as we've heard the importance of industry and education working together to support career technical education's mission, creating high quality CT programs that promote lifelong learning and career success, and providing opportunities to explore career options. Each one of those goals have strategies and key performance indicators that are all in that new strategic plan. There was a lot of good discussion today, and I hear a real willingness to collectively continue to examine what is in place and break down some of the barriers that were mentioned this morning that may exist. I would like to reiterate that our office recognizes there are many of these concerted efforts taking place in post-secondary attainment and workforce, and there is a need for improved alignment among the state system entities and current efforts. Senator Rothfuss suggested a need for a communication platform or dashboard for consumers, including students and employers. I just want to make this committee aware that we started working on a project about a year ago to address this need. We sought a grant from the National Governors Association to work with a state team, including the Department of Education, Workforce Services, the Business Council, the Community College Commission, and UW to develop strategies using data to coordinate all of these existing efforts and to create a comprehensive workforce development system that would also have one location where all of this information is available and accessible to consumers in a meaningful way, and to help all of you help drive policy decisions. Unfortunately, COVID-19 has impacted and slowed down some of this work, but we continue to make progress on the goals of the grant and look very forward to engaging a broader group of stakeholders as we review the projection data we've received and moving forward with utilizing it to improve our education workforce system. As you've heard, the task force, or the task of building a nimble workforce to address the state's future needs is complex and multifaceted. The governor is taking steps to secure Wyoming's future by coordinating these efforts to create a path that will not only ensure our citizens continue opportunities in a changing economy, but also allow the state to strategically build a workforce to attract businesses, to expand our economy. And we look forward to working with all of you in these efforts. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would stand for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Brandt. Appreciate the comments. Committee, any questions for Ms. Brandt? Oh, they're easy. See, you get to go last when everybody's wore out. It's not even fair. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. No, we appreciate it. So I think, committee, that's all I have for people on this subject. I want to make a couple comments to the committee, which are my comments. And I realize, and thanks for receiving the information. This is a very important issue in the state of Wyoming. And I'll be blunt with my observations on this, is we have a lot of councils, a lot of task forces, a lot of federal grants, and there are successes out there, but they're small successes. We are a small state. I just ask every committee member here, and I'll ask every legislator I talk to, find a way to find a simple path forward to work on this. That's all I'm asking for. And I look at it of how we start with the 16 to 18-year-olds in high school. And if we can find a path forward with that, that'll open up an on-ramp, to use the jargon, for those single adults, or those adults that need to come on. This committee is comprised of business people. This is a committee that can find the solution for it. So that's what I ask. This put our thinking caps on, and this help maybe bring some focus on it. We're not going to do anything today, but so thank you. I appreciate everybody. I mean, a lot of work's gone on. There's no doubt about it, and we have successes out there. So, okay. Committee, with that, we now have the most exciting. We'll move on, but we'll take a look at Senator Rothfuss's tax amortization bill, and then I also Representative Burkhart. Don't let me forget, you have something after that as well. So, Senator Rothfuss, I think we all have. It's part of our materials from yesterday.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is so everyone has 21 LSO 26 working draft 0.4 in your materials. It's 12-01. If you're kind of looking at the tab side of things, and this is an idea that we've discussed a little bit over the years, trying to find ways to minimize the upfront challenges that are associated with sales tax on large projects, and so this bill draft actually amortizes them over the potential lifetime of a project, and I'll go through it in a second to talk that through. But it goes along with the idea that we've looked at in this committee. What can we do to help incentivize larger projects in Wyoming, and what can we do to mitigate some of the tax concerns that businesses have when they're looking for places to locate? And I had some conversations a couple of years ago with a large project developer that actually worked primarily with solar as the project type that the individual represented a company that was working on, and was talking about, well, what does the tax structure look like in Wyoming for your company, and what actually matters in terms of that tax structure. And this was a concept that came out of that conversation, which was that for this particular developer, it wasn't so much the amount of sales tax, for example, or the amount of taxes that they were going to have to pay, typically, because Wyoming obviously has a low tax rate, but it was the upfront nature of it, for the nature of the project that they were looking at developing, where what was basically going to happen was they'd have a tremendous amount of upfront costs associated with the build out. Those upfront costs would be subject to sales tax. That sales tax would then just have to be rolled into the financing for the project and then amortized at 8% or whatever they were going to get for their financing rate over the lifetime of that project. So it ended up being a pretty significant overall expense since it had to be carried as a finance charge. So from that, there was a recommendation or discussion in that conversation that other states have found ways to lessen the upfront expense associated with the tax without actually reducing the tax. And so I thought we could take a look at that in Wyoming. And this legislation doesn't reduce the burden of sales tax that would be associated with a project, but it does provide an opportunity for a large project to amortize the expenses associated with that sales tax over the lifetime of the project, working with the Department of Revenue to do so. And I wanted to bring it to this committee, talk about it a little bit, see if it's something that we wanted to work on and potentially pursue. Maybe the group has some better ideas on how we could implement it, or there are some questions that I had about what might be the best way to get this done. But when we're talking about economic development and attracting industry to Wyoming, this is a potential way that we can do that while still ensuring that we do generate revenue for the state of Wyoming through the lifetime of the project. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll kind of walk through the bill real quickly, and we can look to LSO for anything that draws questions as well. But it's pretty simple and straightforward bill, where if you go to page 2 and onto page 3 is primarily the heart of the bill, but the Romanet 12 that's introduced on page 2 is in the sales tax portion of statute. It talks about the payment of following shall apply. This Romanet 12 that's provided indicates that on or after July 1st, 2021, a taxpayer with a project where they expect to spend more than $1 million over 2 years on the project can apply with the department to amortize the sales and use taxes over the expected lifetime of the project, not to exceed a period of 20 years. And again, it's flexible language because you obviously wouldn't want a 20-year amortization on a project that was a 5-year project. That would make no sense. And at the same time, 5-year amortization wouldn't necessarily be enough for one of those 20-year lifetime projects. So the idea of just taking a look at it, a realistic look at it, and making sure that you have sufficient assets to back the tax liability so that you won't be left holding the bag. We won't be left holding the bag as the state.
Yeah, Senator, sorry, I was reading, but Co-Chair Anderson has a question.
My apologies. Yep.
Yeah, sorry.
Mr. Chairman, so I'm looking at that $1 million on line 10. Is that the project, or is that the sales and use tax over the first 2 years? Yeah, I'm reading that sentence. It sounds like it's a sales and use tax over the first 2 years. That would be quite a bit, but a project of $1 million over the first 2 years isn't much of a project. So,
Senator Ramos.
Mr. Chairman, it is a $1 million project when you read the entire sentence, and it is a long sentence. So if your project's value is over $1 million, then you would be eligible to apply. Doesn't mean you want to, but it's not trying to be ridiculously limiting, but at the same time, it's not trying to make work for the Department of Revenue. So yes, you would be eligible if your project was expected to have a value of over $1 million. And again, that's a point well worth discussing. Where did I arrive at $1 million? I picked a number based on exactly what I said, which is, well, let's make sure that there's some general eligibility, but let's also make sure that it's not just a whole bunch of work for the Department of Revenue to keep track of projects. Maybe $10 million is better. I have no idea. I hope that answers the question, Mr. Co-Chairman. Okay. Other conditions on it are the discussion of a flexible amortization schedule and the terms and conditions associated with payback, a little bit about failure to pay, and you can imagine that we need a few strings attached on ensuring that that these taxes will be paid over time. There's no release on the taxation, but that the taxes will be then forwarded on to the appropriate recipients over the lifetime of the project as they are received. And then on to page 3, you see beginning on lines 4 through 7, the definition of a project, which is very broadly defined, and this may not even need to be there. If we want to move forward on this, we might not need to be specific about what it incorporates, but for the sake of kind of thinking it through, we've got a bit of a laundry list there. It's not designed to be restrictive in any way, but designed to provide broad opportunity for various types of projects where you're looking at an individual project that's going to potentially be expending that level of funds. On to distribution, page 4 to 5, it just discusses the distribution of this revenue as it comes in and collected. It gets distributed pursuant to our standard distribution rules, so there's no change in where the funds go to. Middle of page 5 with 3916-107, this is the use side of the sales and use tax. So it's mirrored language that just reflects that there'll be this possibility for the use side of the taxes to follow the same provisions that we described above, and then the mirror language for distribution of those use taxes, and then an effective date. Mr. Chairman, there's a few concepts here that do present challenges. One is you can imagine a circumstance where you have a 20-year project. You've got inflation and you've got possible net present value concepts associated with the devaluation of that tax revenue over the 20 years. There's no language as it's drafted right now to kind of allow for those terms and conditions to include potentially a 2% increase on an annual basis or something along those lines. And it might be something that would be valuable to do that. 20 years might not be an appropriate full length of time. There's nothing discussing lien priority. And we've obviously talked a lot about lien priority. So it's another consideration that we might want to take a look at. But I wanted to, as we're, in the spirit where Co-Chairman Greer, you and I, and a few others a while back, were just trying to explore things we could do to provide opportunities to oil and gas in the state of Wyoming to make sure that they were able to open back up for business when they need to. And then to also provide opportunity for other projects. This is one that came to mind based on previous conversations as being one where it should be a win-win. This should be more attractive for businesses to look at Wyoming to bring in large projects, and at the same time, the state of Wyoming continues to benefit from the revenue from those projects. So I'll stop there and see if there's any discussion or questions, and if the committee wants to move forward and try and work this bill maybe at the next meeting, and maybe we've got some ideas for improvement, I'm certainly amenable to doing that and continuing to work on it.
Okay, thank you. I'll go Chairman Anderson and then Representative Burkhart.
Mr. Chairman, I don't see anywhere in here that the user is paying any interest on the taxes that he's getting extended for. I think I saw somewhere as 20 years was the max. Was that a consideration to give some sort of interest on that payment over the amount of time?
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Anderson, I mentioned it briefly in my little narrative that as it stands right now, there's nothing about that interest. And really, if I were to suggest a way to account for that, I would include that in the agreement and provide flexibility with the Department of Revenue to take a look at that on an individual agreement basis. Sometimes that probably would be in order. Other times it might not be as essential in a short 3-year, for example, agreement that was being put in place. But Co-Chairman Anderson, it's an important consideration. And if you're looking at 20 years, it could make a big difference. But at the same time, if the state were looking at a relatively low interest rate that we were including in our amortization, say 2%, and we had a very good rate to offer, and that was relative to a cost of capital, which we'll say is 6 to 8%, it could still be of significant benefit to the company to operate even under an interest agreement as long as those terms are favorable.
Okay. Representative Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Office, just to start with, I do like the concept. I think it's a step forward. I think it's something worth discussing. I have quite a few notes on it, and I think you've already addressed some of those issues. One being what happens after 2 years, 3 years, and a company in effect goes bankrupt. in that we have the lien issue there, and I have a couple concepts with that on some other issues. You know, one question I would have is part of the intent to use this to replace the exemptions under 3915-105 and 3916-105s, which are the big manufacturing exemptions. We've given those for a number of years. They have cost the state money without generating much in the way of jobs, which was the original intent. And I think need to address some of those issues of, you know, who is actually paying the sales tax and the use tax. You know, a company comes in and builds I'm just picking a number, $20 million project. They aren't going to build it directly. And then some of these projects, the first 2 years are really the basic construction where there's not a lot of money, where the next 2 years is when they fill the building, so to speak, with equipment. And that's where all the money comes in. So those are some things I think need to be looked at. But I think it's well worth considering and working on for the next committee meeting.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead, Sam.
To address some of those concerns that Representative Burkhart brings up. First of all, as far as the manufacturing sales and use tax exemption, this was something I was considering in light of that when I was asking an entity that was considering manufacturing also, you know, how is that enticing to you? Is the manufacturing sales tax enticing? And the answer was really, well, not that much, but honestly, the upfront cost we simply finance over the lifetime of the project. So that was part of the conversation. If we didn't do that, if we could avoid those financing fees, for this company, it was more the upfront cash flow versus the long-time viability, and they were more concerned with that. So in that discussion, that particular entity didn't care whether there was a full credit, which is what we have now, but would have been just as happy with something along these lines where they paid it over time as they had revenue to use to pay it. So you could imagine, for example, a company like the one you were talking about in your example. All right, first 2 years I do setup, and then 2 years after that, I'm going to do my my large purchase. Well, maybe that large purchase is what I'm going to apply for amortization over. And, you know, my cash flow then is going to be a couple of years after that. That's a great way to then have a conversation about structuring. All right, well, we're going to give you a couple of years of lead time on the sales tax and use tax, and then we'll start having an amortization schedule in year 3 through year 7, something along those lines, arbitrarily, which maybe makes sense for the replacement life cycle of whatever it is that you're utilizing, your equipment, your processing materials. So I want to make sure that there's a lot of flexibility, but I also want to make sure that it makes sense for the state to do whatever the deal is, and that we're not just entering into bad deals. My objective then, if we are going to work this, is to try and get to that point where the state of Wyoming is capable of making good deals for the state of Wyoming and is not required to make bad deals when that's when that's what would take place. So it's good to make sure that we're having these conversations also about ensuring that we have the ability to recoup these taxes. And, you know, I thought through the idea, you think about our discussions on recouping severance and having liens against severance, where you have this ethereal cash flow associated with the severance, but there's no tangible asset after the sale, versus a circumstance like this, where we're trying to get 6% or something along those lines of the value associated with a real asset. And from that standpoint, I do think that the state would be in a better position to have an amortization over the lifetime of the project when there actually is an asset backing to whatever tax liability is out there. So I think it's easier for the state in this type of a circumstance to have some confidence that we'll get our taxes paid in the end. We might not always, we can never be certain of that, but at least there's something there to point to that could be sold, since there was a sales tax event or use tax event associated with it at some point in time.
Sounds like the dog's got the squirrel. there in your backyard. Fine. I'll quote Representative McGuire, then Senator Coe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm in favor also of the concept. And if I were to offer, for what it's worth, a recommendation on page number 2, just like Chairman Anderson was talking about, I would recommend that the threshold be the amount of tax that's actually being paid. So that if you have a project that's 90% labor and 10% actual hard parts, you don't have somebody coming in for a very small tax amount. That let's say that the threshold is going to be $500,000 in taxes. Okay, that's the threshold. And then I would recommend that there be one amortization schedule, or maybe 2 amortization schedules, one 5-year, one 10-year, with set criteria, first position with regard to liens, set time. The interest rate would be prime +1 or prime +2 calculated annually, so that when we have these projects come in, it's not a recreate the wheel every time. That a company can come in, and what I'm thinking about are the wind projects, because this has come up from the wind people time and time again. Got a big wind project that's going to come in, it's going to be $50 million, that they're not getting a separate deal than the guy who's trying to put in a set of treaters up in Powell, and it's going to be $4 million. Because I think it's important we all get, fair is fair, and we should all get the same deal. So the schedule should be the same, maybe different time set, as I mentioned, because some are long-term projects, some are shorter term. And then you don't have people trying to, you don't have, I don't want to use the word, you don't have staff people trying to figure out what's the deal going to be this time. It's the same every time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's just my recommendation.
Senator Coe?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got a couple questions. First of all, who determines the amortization schedule? It's very similar to a real estate mortgage, but I guess I'm concerned about what position the state would be in, because clearly in a project, there's other financial institutions probably involved. What position would the state have as a security interest in this particular situation? Would we be in a first position, second position? How would you determine the position of the state? Because basically the state is loaning money to this entity. So my question has to do with, where is the state from a security standpoint on a lien or whatever that might be, compared to the main financial institutions that might be financing this project?
Yeah, Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it's silent on that right now, but I think it's something that we would want to clarify. And again, it would be, you can imagine it's 4 to 6%, somewhere in that ballpark of the value of the asset would be the state's position that is being securitized. So it's very reasonable based on what we did with Severance for us to take a first lien position, and it would just be a part of the deal. If that's a deal that wants to be taken, we could do something along the lines of what Representative McGuire is saying also, and instead of have it be particularly flexible, we just make clear these are the ground rules. See if they work. Get some feedback. Here are a couple of options that are available. First lien position on that 6% or 4%, whatever it is, a minimum threshold for how much tax needs to be paid. And then if you want to take that deal and it looks better to you, then that would be something that would be accounted for as they negotiate for the rest of those resources, I would assume. So good points, Senator Coe and Representative McGuire.
Okay, committee, any other questions? I'll just real quick on a couple comments that were made is they were all very good comments by the committee. I would look at in sort of an inflation proofing number versus an interest rate. The wider the spread is between the internal rate of return or the return on capital a company has and what you're doing, the more attractive this is. So just a comment as we discuss it further. Okay, committee, do we want to look at this at our November meeting? I think we'll have time to do so. think it kind of fits in with our charge. So I would entertain a motion then to have a LSO prepare an official draft for the committee, following the right procedure. Moved by,
I would so move.
okay. Moved by Representative Burkhart, seconded by Senator Coe. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, that should be an easy drafting job, although I assume we'll get a few more of these comments fleshed out, Senator Rothfuss, from the committee.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I may, just for one more minute, I'd invite additional comments. I think that a lot of these good comments are ones that we should try and incorporate, and working with Brian, let's try and find ways to integrate some of these concepts. Clearly, we need to get a lean position language clarified. That has to take place. Getting something that reflects at a minimum a recognition of inflation, and then maybe does have something along the lines of prime plus one as an option, so that we can consider those ideas. And I do like Representative McGuire's idea of having some clear terms. And one of the reasons I think there's an advantage to just straightforward, clear terms is if you are planning this ahead of time and you don't have to negotiate, if there's always something on the table where I can just point to it and say, all right, I'm going to do that deal. Deal A, I can have deal A. That might be more attractive for industry if it's just a hard, fast, this is an available option. And I don't know, maybe we can talk about this next time, but maybe there's a way to hybridize that as well, that maybe deal A isn't perfect, but if there were a package that was available that I could always opt into, that might be a handy thing. So let's try and sort some of those out for that draft that we look at in November. And thanks everyone for the time to discuss this today.
Yeah. Representative Burkhart, question on that?
No, Mr. Chairman, a comment. If Senator Rothfuss wishes, I'm willing to work on it with him.
That'd be great.
The other committee members are.
My suggestion is work with the locals. Wyoming County Commissioner Association is probably your hurdle.
Yeah, good idea.
Yeah, okay. Committee, we have one more item Representative Burkhart had requested. I think he sent a copy. Did we resend out? He had another economic stimulus conceptual bill. Representative Burkhart, if you want to give us a quick overview of your thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I did send that out, I think, earlier this week. And I just recently, in the last probably 20 minutes, sent it back out to everyone just to make sure you'd have it. The concept is to enhance or put forward manufacturing in Wyoming using a tax incentive on sales and excise tax and potentially property tax for those companies who manufacture in Wyoming using Wyoming raw materials. Some things are easier than others. A refinery that uses Wyoming oil obviously produces a saleable product. Other things probably not so clear. And it's a concept just to enhance manufacturing. I raised the issue on the previous bill, Senator Rothfuss's bill, about the manufacturing exemptions, and I'm not sure which way to go on that. So I sent out the draft, and this is just a concept. It's not even a draft bill to gauge the committee's thoughts on it, if they'd like to see a bill at the next meeting or not. And it lays it out, pretty much says you get a dollar for dollar incentive equivalent to whatever the severance tax was on the minerals coming out of Wyoming. It is turned into a product. I do have a lot of questions remaining that I've rolled around in my head and don't have an answer. So, you know, a number of people working on it are probably better than just me. The chairman and I have discussed this and thought it was worth at least presenting to the committee conceptually. I didn't apply the concept to agricultural products, probably too hard to do. But again, they already get the manufacturing exemption if you leave it in for manufacturing products. So that's kind of it in a real nutshell. So if a company uses, 100 barrels of oil to produce gasoline and diesel fuel, they would get a dollar for dollar reduction in their sales and use tax equivalent to the dollar amount of the severance tax. It's not a percentage, it would be the dollar amount. It has to be done here in Wyoming, and they have to produce a saleable product. You can't just produce an intermediary product that doesn't go for anything. You can only take it once. So if the product is saleable at different stages, you still only get it at one point. And that's the concept. I'm glad to answer questions, see what the committee's thoughts are on it.
This on new manufacturing or on any manufacturing?
I would say it's on right now, it's on any manufacturing. We can make it for new or just apply it to new and existing after the implementation date, after the effective date.
Okay. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I like this concept, and I've been trying to develop similar ideas in recent years where I, even less specifically, the idea that we would provide incentives through either full or partial tax credits or tax breaks for kind of buying Wyoming for your input stock or resources more broadly. And I'm wondering about being honestly even a little bit less specific on is one concept, and I'll talk about that in a second. And the other is with regard to the manufacturing sales tax exemption, which honestly, I mean, this type of approach is better than the manufacturing sales tax exemption, in my opinion, because once again, you're developing something, you're providing an incentive, a useful incentive to the state. And we really haven't seen a great deal of success from the manufacturing sales tax exemption alone. So I like the concept here, but the broader idea would be, imagine that you instead of a dollar for dollar had basically a 50% tax credit against your tax liability, where you can demonstrate that whatever your input is had already been subject to Wyoming tax. And then you don't even have to be specific about what tax or what the input is, but you would certainly lead to additional vertical integration in Wyoming, which is what I think Representative Burkhart is looking for, to get things done in Wyoming with Wyoming resources to the greatest degree possible. And we do that a lot. So I like the idea of exploring this. And I don't know if a full dollar for dollar credit at this point, where we've already got the manufacturing sales tax exemption on manufacturing, ends up being helpful to the state. But I do think that this idea is in fact a better idea than what we've already got on the books.
I'm going to go Chairman Anderson, then Senator Coe, then Furphy.
Mr. Chairman, one of the issues that is really a problem for the ag industry is that their slaughterhouses are drying up. And there's a group that would like to put in a slaughterhouse in Wyoming. So far, they're talking about beef, but maybe they could expand it to sheep also. Would that fit into this bill? It's not necessarily manufacturing, but it's sure taking a Wyoming product and making a sellable product out of it. There's no severance taxes that we could use for that, but I'm thinking that might be one of the things we really need to do. Thank you.
Representative Burkhart.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Co-Chairman Anderson, that was one thing I struggled with. I really realized that our ag industry could use some help, but I struggled with that same thing. We already have a severance tax and that for other things, but you don't for a cow. So going back to what Representative or Senator Rothfuss had just said, if you look at a different way of doing it, of you know, the vertical integration and not pay taxes on taxes, I think it's much easier then to incorporate ag and beef processing, wool processing, lamb, all of that. And I think that's something worth considering, because after I got this idea down, I looked through that, the manufacturing tax exemptions, and agricultural is in there. And I just couldn't come up with an easy way to include them. But I think if you look at it of just, we don't pay taxes on top of other taxes concept, might be a way to go to incorporate them into it.
Okay, Senator Coe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I've got a question. How do you differentiate between what's already existing out there? And I'll use crude oil. You know, you produce Wyoming crude oil and it gets processed, say, at the Sinclair refinery. Where do you draw the line and say from this point forward, because it meets the parameters of what the bill tries to do? How do you draw the line and say, okay, this meets all the parameters of the legislation? How do we move forward? Is there a drop dead day that says, okay, after this particular day, now we're going to provide an exemption for you because you're using Wyoming crude oil to make gasoline products or whatever it might be?
Yep, Representative Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that's just to set a date. And I know once you set a date, it is possible probably to abuse the system, to hold back on doing something until the date goes into effect. But you can set the date out there, I think, far enough. A lot of our manufacturers, it comes out, it's processed, and away it goes. They aren't storing the finished product. So I think, you know, we can set the date, whether it's the effective date of a bill or some other date. And I think you can do that, knowing that there may be some abuse in there to some degree. And it's something, again, to continue to explore and work on. I have not run this concept by industry, so I don't know what their input would be, which I would definitely do before running a bill.
Representative Furphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, we've talked about this concept for a lot of years, and it's never been implemented. My concern is just waiving those taxes. I don't think's big enough incentive to attract new manufacturing companies to come to our state. So I really support this concept. I think we need to work closely with Wyoming Business Council to develop other incentives to make this happen. So I commend Representative Burkhart for coming up with this concept. So thank you.
Committee, any other comments? You know, Representative Burkhart, this is what we need to do. We need some new ideas. I'd kind of, rather than tax LSO with trying to work on yet another very complex bill, is I wonder, could we ask you to work with the Wyoming Business Council? I mean, Josh Durrell, kind of like that guy. Is maybe come in and give us a presentation on some ideas and what economic impact or what type of driver something like this might be. Because I think this is something that's going to require more than a bill draft here and then try to work it through our last meeting of the year. And I just ask your thoughts on that.
Mr. Chairman, like I said, this was a concept. I've just put it down on paper. Really, if you read it, it doesn't even read well. Just to put some language there to give the committee something to think about. I have not discussed it with industry, which I think I would want to do. I haven't discussed it with the Business Council, which again, I think we need to involve in it and work on it. I did discuss it briefly with the LSO staff and know their workload constraints right now. That's why I didn't ask them to draft even a draft bill in lieu of that. So I think it's something worth considering, and I'm willing to work on it. And I just brought what is nothing more than a concept to the committee. So I think it still needs a lot of work, whether it would be ready for the November meeting or carry it out further. I don't know. Probably it would be fairly complex. I can see a lot of issues that I have on another piece of paper. I didn't want to get into a in the weeds discussion on issues.
Yeah. Well, if it's okay with you, unless the committee wants to try to work a bill on this, but at our next meeting, I would be open at Chairman Anderson if Representative Burkhart were able to get with the Business Council, maybe put together or I don't know, Professor Gabi with UW of what kind of effect. Because Representative Furphy's comments right on point. Is it enough to move the needle, or are you just enhancing somebody's quarterly dividend? I mean, I think that's what we got to look at. I think we owe that to the state. So I really that's how I would think to proceed. I don't know, Chairman Anderson, your thoughts?
Yeah, that's a good idea, Mr. Chairman. Let's have the Business Council look at it and see if this is a good start. Maybe we need to do even more. I don't know what they would recommend.
Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, and you know, I've discussed a number of issues with Dr. Godby, and I would be glad to discuss this with him also.
Yeah, he's pretty good at, or at least from what I've seen, getting the right analysis on those. So, okay. All right. Let's do that. Let's plan on that at the next meeting. Let Senator Anderson and I know if you'd be ready for something. Okay, committee, anything further? And so didn't look like it. LSO staff, do we have any public comment out there?
Mr. Chairman, we do not.
Okay, so then Brian, if you could give us a recap of all of the work we gave you.
Mr. Chairman, before I do that, I do just want to raise one matter, just as a matter of administration. October 15th is the due date for the Department of Environmental Quality to send its updated cease and transfer priority list.
Yeah.
And should the committee wish to have a bill draft at the last meeting reflecting that updated list, it may be helpful to have a motion here.
Yeah, okay. Senator Coe, do you make that motion? He worked on the select committee with me. Second by Senator Rothfuss. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you, Brian. I forgot about that one. Thank you, appreciate it. Okay, Brian, can we just get just a little bit of a recap of what we assigned out here on this meeting, please?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, here's what I have for the committee's actions. The committee voted to sponsor the tax lien bill draft as amended. The committee moved the consumer credit amendments bill draft to the final meeting with Representatives Duncan, O'Hearn, and Henderson, and Senator Rothfuss working on that bill draft in the meantime. The committee voted to sponsor the Trust Company Amendments Bill, as well as the Money Transmitters Act Amendments Bill draft. The committee voted to sponsor the Air Ambulance Organization Bill draft. The committee requested a bill draft based on the draft Representative Burkhart presented regarding the Energy Authority, with Representatives Burkhart and Air, and then Senator Rothfuss working on that draft. The committee passed a motion to have the tax amortization bill draft into a committee bill draft for the last meeting, the cease and transfer bill draft, and then Representative Burkhart working on the incentive program bill or concept for the final meeting.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Chairman Anderson? It seemed like I appointed more House members to something. I don't know.
Seems like you did too. You were appointing them every time we turned around.
I'm liking this delegation of the job. You bet. All right. Anything else for the good of the order? We covered a lot of ground on this meeting, and again, I appreciate the committee wading through some of the CTE and some of that educational attainment stuff for us. I know Senator Coe, that's with you guys over in education most of the time, but I just want us to look at it from the business side and appreciate that. So with that, Representative Burkhart, you must have that sixth sense whenever I'm going to conclude something. Go ahead.
No, it's just a delay in turning the mic back on, Mr. Chairman. Just for the committee and some of the CTE discussion, yeah, that was tough to get through. However, a week ago, I sat in on a teleconference roundtable with Department of Energy Secretary Dan Brolette, and it was while it was Colorado centered, and I sent it out to the committee. CTE was a major topic of discussion of getting a trained workforce for everything that's going on. Actually, I think it's probably more of a national problem. So it has, you know, that level of concern and I think we need to come up with some ways to move forward. Even if we have to tell the educators what we want and industry needs. So just a comment, thank you.
Okay. Senator Coe, I've been waiting for Senator Coe to weigh in on this a little for us.
Well, yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for the benefit of the committee, Senator Rothfuss and I, Joint Education meets on the 3rd, and then legislative recalibration meets, I think, on the 8th and 9th. That's all coming up in the next 10 days. And so we'll take all the stuff we received here and listened to, and we'll take that to our committee.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, committee. Unless there's anything else for the good of the order, we will adjourn until sometime early November. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank
Take
you.
care, everyone. Good to see you all.